Allen Valley. Amanda Littleson.
I'm here.
Amy Kinney. Dave McAlpin.
Here.
Eric Bryson. Katie Campbell. Here. Katie Snipes Reeves. Here. Cohen Messer.
Here.
Lori Marion.
Here.
Matt Beaton. Megan Mulcahy. Natalia Ballard. Here. Rob Weber. Scott Fido. Chantel Gaynor. Here.
We have a quorum. Okay. We have a quorum. We'll proceed. Appreciate that. So today's meeting, the public will have an opportunity to comment on individual topics. At the end of the meeting, public may comment on any matter under the jurisdiction of the board that is not on the current agenda. The board cannot act, but will listen to comments, may ask staff to place issues on future agenda. Chair may limit the comment period to proceed with the board meeting. The board will accept public comments online and then in person. May also submit public comment in writing to mbcc@mt.gov. So a few things to keep us on track. For action items, after the introduction of the item, the board will accept public comments and then take questions from the board before moving to a motion and discussion. Speak clearly. I can hear you. One person at a time, so I can hear you. Please keep the audio muted if you're online. If you're here, don't worry about that. Unless the chair recognizes you, I don't have a mute button. Actually, but I don't. AI note-taking bots may not be used during the meeting until a formal state policy is adopted. Use full names instead of acronyms during the discussion and presentation. Sometimes some people don't understand what FBI is. But anyway, we'll work on that. Okay. So we'll move to new member introductions. And then we'll do roundtable. Roundtable updates are a chance to hear about you. Updates from your agency. Please introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about you, your work. And for example, it's how I'm so shy. I'll start out. My name is Leo Dustin. I'm the chair of the Gianforte Governor. Gianforte was nice enough to attend. Been here for a little while. I represent the Montana Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. The things that are important to us will be upcoming legislation, what's going on in the drug world, such as fentanyl is still an issue, cocaine is still an issue, domestic violence still is an issue, probably driving impaired still. Well, those are the things that we deal with, and then laws. I can go on much longer, but your eyes are rolling back in your head. I can see it. So if you're new members, that's what we're looking for, things that have a nexus to the board of crime control. So we'll just start going around the room. To my left, Judge, whoever you are, if you want to introduce yourself. No rope at all, but just take it away, your judgeship.
I was gonna say, you don't have a gavel.
I know they gave me this little legislating thing.
Yeah, I like that. Good morning, Katie Snipes Reeves. I'm the sitting district court judge for the 12th Judicial District out of Havre. For those who aren't aware, based out of Havre, my counties are Havre, Hill County, Fort Benton, Chester. So I also just run cases across the state. And so I was just telling Mr. Mercer that I have to run to Missoula tomorrow for a case. So it's just kind of wherever we need to be through there. Things are busy on the 12th as always. We have a summer intern. I believe he's joining in the Zoom watching today's proceedings. That was part of an initiative with the Court Administrator's Office and the State Bar to get young attorneys to rural areas. So there's one placed in Havre, one placed in Scobie, and one placed in Libby with friendly judges, who are willing to have folks on board. As far as things go, I'm sure you're going to hear from our law enforcement folks that fentanyl and methamphetamine still continue to contract. We had public service announcements as of late because there's particularly potent batch of fentanyl, and we're seeing quite a few overdoses. And I'm sure Sheriff Gunn's going to talk a little bit about that. On the uptick, I always like to talk about my treatment court. It's my favorite. It's not a secret. It's my favorite part about my job. Doing great in the 12th as far as our treatment court goes. We're running between 25 and 30 people right now. We just got done with a team training. We had 10 attendees in Missoula 2 weeks ago. That was run by All Rise, which is the national folks, and so that was great. Great team training. We're sending our new prosecutor to the All Rise prosecutor training in September. And we are currently, this is something that it's just been a godsend for our participants. We have been on the receiving end of burn skip funding, and we were finding out that we weren't spending any of the money really on monitoring because our other funding sources were picking that up. And so we converted those monitoring monies to treatment. And it might not sound like a lot of money, but paying for our folks' individual treatments, $910, $1,000 a pop. It's huge for them. Because most of our folks that are participating in treatment court are definitely below the poverty line. And so, or they're working poor and don't really qualify for services. A lot of them just don't have health insurance. And so it's been a real godsend for them. And so we've been sending in lots and lots of invoices that the Court Administrator's Office is processing right now. And things are going great. So just moving things along.
Thanks, good.
My name is Dave McAlpin. I serve as the Court Administrator, which is an administrative function of the judicial branch. So I work for Judge Snipes Ruiz and I report to the Chief Justice, Roy Swanson, and the rest of the Supreme Court. So the quick analysis of my job is to keep the trains running on time. We do our best to do that. So we're working hard right now to finalize a budget proposal to send over to the governor's office for the budget. Some of the big decisions made by our district court council and then approved by the Supreme Court are to request funds for a new judge in Bozeman, the 18th district. If you were to go on our website and look at a workload study, you would see those judges are probably the busiest judges in the state, and the caseload, particularly civil cases, is growing very quickly. So the decision was made to ask for the additional. We have two new judges in Billings from the last session that were funded, and they're doing some really innovative things down in Billings. They're splitting the docket between civil and criminal, and they're specializing for several years on either, trying to get more efficiencies out of our system that way. You won't be surprised the legislature would rather have us become more efficient than to just provide more money, and we're fine doing that analysis and working on those efficiencies. We're in the middle of redoing our strategic IT plan, which is a challenge. We have our various platforms from different vendors. We try to get all of those platforms, such as jury, to help Judge Snipes Ruiz to pick a jury in their clerk's office. The Full Court Enterprise is actually the document and case management system where the documents reside. And another the e-filing, so that folks can file remotely with modern world. That should be an efficient system for which women's. So those are the administrative side, the boring behind the scenes work that we hope keeps judges working efficiently, taxpayers getting good bang for their money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before we move on to you, Katie, those folks online, can you see us or hear us okay? Anybody, Bueller?
Oh, that can be on the phone.
Okay. Thank you. Wanted to make sure you can hear it. All right. New member, oh, you're not a new member.
Well, I've been here before.
Yeah.
It's been a few years. So I am Katie Campbell. I am now the new community corrections representative, replacing Miss Andrea Campbell. I am the Kalispell region captain for probation and parole. How much do you want to go about me? So just a brief summary. I forgot about this part, this very uncomfortable part at the beginning, and I feel like I should be better prepared. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you, Deputy Director. So I've been with the department since 2013. Like I said, I've been here before. It's been quite a few years as a sitting member on the board. Probation officer, then a captain, or then a sergeant. Now here I am a captain. I guess I'll leave the department-wide updates to Miss Natalia Bowser here. She probably has a better handle on that than I do. So I'm going to stick locally. I work between Kalispell, Polson, Libby, and Thompson Falls. Great to hear that Judge Puck has an intern. I love that. Lake County just currently got online with Full Court. I love that as well. So you pay for to run these things, but it's done wonders for my own office there. So I do appreciate that. And I'm just trucking along. I've been in this position since October. We're doing a lot of changes within the region, dealing with the new Kalispell pre-release. So that's been something new and upcoming. And some healing courts or some treatment courts that came online. We had one with Judge Kaufman, who is now doing her new treatment court in Flathead County. We also have a tribal healing court that came online in Lake County. What more? Let's see. Currently working on a pre-sentence investigation work group to try to make things more efficient and effective for our judges and ourselves. I'm trying to pare that down to make it a very well-read professional working document. What else am I working on personally? There's a few things, but again, I'll be better prepared the next time. I can't believe I forgot this part. Oh, I don't know, you did great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Natalia Bowser, Deputy Director for Corrections. A couple of things that are, I guess, probably relevant to all of you. Obviously, big impacts for us for infrastructure at the men's prison. We've had delivery of some cells in some of the units that were ready for it. So the first layer of cells has gone on. We pour a level of concrete cement. I don't know. It's not. I'm not doing it. You're welcome. Thank goodness. And then we'll be able to get that second layer of cells on there. So it's real now. We can actually see it. Seeing what it's going to be like, it was pretty amazing. It's still not going to be done until January 29th, so we're antsy for that. But a lot of good progress there. The women's prison, the new women's prison, we have not settled on the site yet. Right now, we are looking at Miles City. We have the Pine Hills Youth Facility up there. So we already have a whole lot of land up there, and then also looking at Boulder, which we have the Riverside facility down there. So we also have land down there. So those are the two that are kind of on the plate right now that we're doing some investigation on. Hope to have a decision soon on what we're going to do there. Exciting for us. We did our own correctional detention officer basic academy, which we've never done ourselves. We normally do that through the law enforcement academy. So big thank you to the law enforcement academy and Post for working with us and being comfortable with us doing our own training. Our folks did a really phenomenal job of taking what MLEA had been doing, making it our own, making sure there's nothing better than training your own people, right? Making sure that you're training them in the way that you want them to do the work when they start the job. And for us, I mean, we would love to get to a place where we're able to take a new correctional officer, send them through our academy before they're even on the job the first day, right? That would be ideal, like so many others get to do. But this one, we were able to graduate 24, which is pretty awesome. Number one for us. But yeah, a lot of pieces have come together and a lot of conversation. So a big thank you to everybody that's part of that. We've been working with the County Attorney's Association, talking about victims and how we can get restitution to them. So I've been working with Nanette Gilbertson and County Attorney out of Missoula just to figure out how we can continue to give more restitution to the victims that are owed that money, and how we can streamline our processes to help with that. Right now, that comes to, we collect it, and then what we have done is we've sent it to the Department of Revenue, and then people can go and get it through the unclaimed database. So working on some ways on how we can kind of make that better. We do have a lot of effort on our side before we ever send it to Department of Revenue, but maybe some more efforts that we can do in collaboration with them, as well as allowing sending that information back to the county attorney. So if they have an interest in reaching out to victims to help them connect to those funds, trying to make a point to do that. So we also are working on agency legislation and reaching out to folks that would impact and kind of getting their feedback. So working on that. We have our annual leadership retreat. We have that here in a couple of weeks, which all of our managers go to, and we get a chance to kind of really talk about where we're at with the department, the mission, the vision. It'll be really nice to be able to do that with the new director Strauss, and being able to kind of lay all of that groundwork. He's done a great job of doing that, just kind of reiterating that. It's always good to have everybody together. So excited for that. And then last, this is a bragging thing, but it's exciting. We have, I'm not sure if it's just one, but we have at least one person who has recently gotten a longevity award for 40 years of service at corrections. And we also have one at the men's prison who just got 50 years. So like, if you're trying to figure out the bar to hit, there you go.
You're talking about employees, right? Not people in the prison.
We also talked about that. It is not people, it's people who willingly come to work every day.
Okay.
Stuart. Yes, valid question. Yes.
Get that too, what size of bar?
We have others that are there longer than 50, but they're required. So it's, yeah. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo, do you want me to go?
Sure.
Not a board member. I am counsel to the board, Stuart Segrist. Little bit of background on me. I worked for the Attorney General's office for several years, about 15 years, through 4 attorneys general. And in that job, I've represented state agencies and the state itself in all kinds of litigation. Usually constitutional challenges, but sometimes just board representation or agency representation, kind of similar to what I'm doing right now. A lot of my current work in private practice is representing state and other governmental agencies. I represent several other boards as well, including Post, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And my role is basically to provide legal advice to the executive director and to the board as a whole and to the executive committee. So nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
We'll get to you, but say your name so the new people.
I'm Jeremy Shields. I'm the juvenile justice specialist for the state.
Thank you. Andy?
I'm Randy Shipman, and I am the Youth Justice Council Chair, and I'll report out here in a minute.
Hi, I'm
Whoever's in that green.
whoever. I'm Chantal Gaynor from Missoula County Community Justice Department, and I'm here representing Victim Services. In Missoula, we've been busy, launched a new project that is, right now we're in a pilot phase, but the big vision of the project is to look across the systems that support folks who are struggling in a variety of ways, such as substance use disorder, mental health issues, other behavioral health issues, victimization, perpetration. The world of things aren't going well, and these issues are interrelated. So our funding is siloed and our services are siloed, but humans are not. And so using a cross-disciplinary team and formula identifying what's going to be the most impactful interventions, what are our highest needs, what are leverage points that might help more people rather than a narrow subset of people, and really using our funds in a more targeted way. But it has spun off a number of interesting thoughts, ideas, and questions. So a couple of those just as to illustrate, the drivers of issues for women into the justice system tend to look a little different than the drivers for men. Therefore, our interventions and reentry services might need to be tailored a little bit differently to meet those needs. And if we can meet those needs earlier, can we save downstream dollars? One fun fact, a 2-bedroom apartment in Missoula, not a very nice one, but a 2-bedroom apartment in Missoula, about $1,600 a month. It's going to get you to just around $20,000 a year. And to stay in your fine facilities is $48,000 a year. So it would cost the state half the money to get a 2-bedroom apartment for somebody, then send them to prison. That doesn't count services though. So thinking about where we can capture costs that are going at the end of the system where they're least effective, put them upstream where they can be more effective before the next generation is also impacted, and then we're off for the races again. And so, you know, knowing that people need safety, security, services, and structure, like what does that look like? So that's our deep dive. And then other than that, we continue to see some of the same issues we've been seeing. So high cost of housing is making it tough for folks, both on the defendant side and on the victim side, to find that stability that they need. On the other hand, we are also seeing way more engagement in these conversations from city council to rooms like this across the state. So I've got high hope we're going to be able to make some good progress on some of these long-standing issues.
Cohen Mercer, I am the director of the Office of State Public Defender. Have been for less than 6 months, but I've been a public defender for 22 years. On that note, July 1st is our 20th anniversary as a state agency, so we're proud of that. We continue to try to close the gap between the work we are given by the world and resources we're given by the legislature. It is budget season and we're all of that. I guess I will just, probably every one of these harp on at least once, come back to the same thing. I've been out touring Montana, and rural Montana is struggling to maintain professionals, of lawyers of all types, corrections, everything. And we, as a state, we have to address that, or it will be a situation where we are staffing the rural counties out of urban hubs and having people drive. It's inefficient, and in no way it's good for the people involved to have someone in the community. So just anything we can do, especially as this organization, to make it so there can be support in that area, right? Like obviously the urban centers have to support people who do incredible efforts like that. We'll have one, but what about, you know, other rural counties, right? And so I would implore us to do that, or we will, I think, not like the world we found without professionals in our.
Any other Mercer you're related to?
I am not related to federal Judge Mercer, but state Judge Mercer is my uncle. So,
Just had to ask.
yep, I'm a Western Mercer, not a Eastern.
Oh, and is
I
it
never did print for me.
true that there may be another law school?
So I've heard, and I don't know, but actually I have it on my list to do this week or next week. I've heard both that the UN is doing a hybrid, trying to do a hybrid thing, and the goal would be to keep people in their communities, and they would sort of come in for sessions around at the various campuses, but mainly be able to keep their jobs and work. And then I would hope they would let them stay in that community. And I believe the private school in Great Falls is also going to emphasize similar things. So both those are very exciting. And on my to-do list for next week is to get a hold of them and say, hey, I assume you're going to have to do clinical stuff. And we got offices all around the state. We'd love to, you know, house it. And that's great. That is an absolutely great, unmitigatedly good effort. It is probably 4 years from graduating if it happens. So. But I do hope that that helps people go to school in a way and stay in their community, because being an attorney in a small community is a very noble, rewarding, frankly, decently comfortable life. And there's a lot of great places to raise families, and we should be able to do this. We should be able to solve this problem.
Thank you. Lori, whoever you are, introduce yourself.
I am Lori Barron, related to no one in the state. But I'm not originally from here. I am the superintendent of the Evergreen School District in Kalispell. We're the 3rd largest K-8 district in the state of Montana, and I represent education on the board. This is my 12th year on the board, so seeing through some changes and differences and innovations and excitement. And so just honored to still be a part of the group, and glad to be here in person today. I guess the big thing I might update you on relative to this board and my work is a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to be a part of a small roundtable with Governor Gene Forte in Kalispell. There were 19 of us around the table around Foster Care Awareness Month. May was National Foster Care Awareness Month. And was able to share with the governor and the court legislators and a lot of DPHHS and CPS and the two school districts represented, Evergreen School District, Kalispell Public Schools, and many houses of faith were there as well to talk about wraparound services and how we can help our most vulnerable children in the state. And you might have noticed, I believe it was earlier this week, it might have been late last week, the governor had the assistant secretary for children and families in town in Montana signing, I believe we were the 25th state, I might be off a little bit there, signing on to the, I know I'm not saying this accurately, but a Family for Every Child initiative from the national level, and how important it is to make sure that our most vulnerable kids have strong, successful families around them, because we know that's what keeps them out of all of us needing to help them later, right? Is that early intervention. And so I was able to share with the governor and those at the table. We have a lot of vulnerable students in our district. Evergreen School District is 3 miles wide inside Flathead County. 94% of our students qualify for free or reduced price meals, and about 27% of our students are identified as needing special education services, very vulnerable population in many respects. And shared with him some of our efforts to do all types of stakeholders getting involved to help kids. And so we have a community council in our district that is comprised of a parent from every grade level, parent or guardian from every grade level. One of them is a successful foster to adopt parent. I'm super excited she was able to go to the round table with us. And then, you know, core representatives from our school. But the neat part about it is we have a representative from the legislature, from higher education, from the faith-based community, from the civic organizations, from business, which is pretty innovative, I think, for a K-8 district. And our work, particularly with Hope Church and how they have supported our Evergreen Junior High School for the last 12 years, and the work that they've done and how we've been able to keep the separation of church and state, while still helping House of Faith support our school and our students. And the one thing I asked for, a couple of legislators were there as well, and my ask was that we have already laws in place for people underage not being able to drink, smoke, but nothing happens if kids break them. I do not want a school to prison pipeline. I'm not looking to get kids into the juvenile justice system with a record. I'm looking to hold parents accountable and have education when students commit criminal activity. And we have zero support for that. There are laws on the books and nothing happens when our young people violate them. And then when they violate them and they're older, it's no longer, oh, it's not a big deal. And they're into the justice system and end up in the Department of Corrections. And I'm asking for help when a 10-year-old vapes marijuana. What can we do that doesn't put that 10-year-old in the system, that holds the guardian or parent accountable? And I would love to see something from our group put more effort into that early intervention that holds parents accountable. You know, almost every single instance that we have when a student has committed some type of criminal activity, whether it be vaping or something else, almost always the access is at home. And so where's the accountability and the education, and what can we do there? And then my number 2 ask when I think about relating to this group is attendance. We have attendance laws on the book, and they are not enforced in any way. Zero enforcement. There is nothing we can do when students are chronically absent from school without excuse. There's no accountability for the parent or guardian. And again, I'm not looking for a first grader to have a juvenile record for not coming to school. I'm looking to hold that parent accountable for getting there. And so that's the support we need when I think about legislative law enforcement, right? Is what can we do to make sure kids are in school, and then when there is criminal activity, the appropriate education happens so that we can help them make better choices. And those are the 2 things that really relate to this that I'm asking for from the governor, I'm asking for from the legislature, I'm asking from this group, from Randy. You know, I see you there shaking your head because you sit in it every day. If we did a better job with those 2 things, I guarantee you this job would be for us, and we wouldn't have as many people that we're needing to worry about serving and housing when there's criminal activity when they're older. So stresses for me, things that keep me up at night, and just disappointing that we have laws for both of these.
How long have you lived in Montana?
13 years. I know I can't, it's not going anywhere. I mean, that's right.
Pointing out that you just didn't get off the bus.
Yes.
Before you-
Correct, thank you, Leah. I know it sounds different than that, but I have been the superintendent at Evergreen for 13 years. So I've been in that same role and just, yeah, I love it. Living the dream, the place I love, the people I love, doing work I love. Man, we need more help for our kids.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Chair, my name is Matt Sheely. I'm the CEO of Aware Incorporated. This is my first meeting. My
Can they put you next to me?
And Austin, I gotta ask a lot of questions. I'm here to absorb, I think today, and I've got a lot to learn. Aware, as a statewide organization, we serve all 56 counties. We've got about 1,000 employees. We serve about 10,000 people across the state in a variety of services. I can fill a messer on the details of what all those are. And they're in the realms of early childhood development, so early Head Start programs in several cities. We have outpatient programs like psychiatry, mental health supports, behavioral health supports, substance use treatment, autism treatment. That's both outpatient and then residential programs. We have about 55 group homes and capacity for about 310 people for residential or group home placement, people with developmental disabilities, adults with mental illness, kids with serious emotional disturbance. So that's kind of the more intensive work we do is in residential. We also recently acquired an organization called Liberty Place White House and traumatic brain injury treatment, creating that brain injury treatment together with mental health treatment. Substance use treatment is a huge piece of all of it. I think in a blind eye, acknowledge that the co-occurring disease that we bring on that through. So substance use, probably skipping over plenty of other services we provide. They're pretty robust. But again, I'm here to learn school-based. I should mention that. So school-based mental health supports. The name of the service that bounced around was Lori and I discussed with between different departments, but we still provide school-based mental health treatment in about 35 different schools and about 15 different districts. Upstream supports is what our culture is. I think it's about, we've been around for 50 years. We want to be around for 50. Takes like every other organization to work with the process, mostly the executive planning process and the budget process, mostly for the state. We're mostly Medicaid funded, but we have to be in existence, have to diversify. So pre-birth, the end of life, ages, and across a whole spectrum of disabilities. We also operate the Child Advocacy Center here in Lewis and Clark County. So it's important to know that our representation there. Sure.
Thank you, Matt. Manuel Littleson.
Good morning. So I just finished my year 4 of the Domestic Violence Prevention Program here at Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders Council. And so we're going into our final year of our prevention grant, continuing to work with all of the tribes of Montana, and just working for sustainability, which has been tough in this last year, but looking forward to it. We haven't really done too much. It's just starting summer, and we're having a lot of events going into starting this next week for the tribes trainings and such. So short and quick. Thanks.
Well, Warren County, Scott. Welcome.
Morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, some of these people around the table are kind of deaf, so you might have to shout.
Just some.
I will say the audio is better this time. Obviously, you guys know me. I have to appear by Zoom a lot because I've got a lot going on. I will say it has improved. However, the meeting owl keeps hitting the fan because the fan keeps oscillating back and forth. So that's kind of interesting seeing that come up every second. But anyway, it's the one by the monitor, the one that's moving back and forth. That between that and Stuart legal counsel, I know Stuart from long ago. Between the fan and Stuart, you guys move the most because those are the two where the camera hits the most. But anyway, there you go. Anyway, don't have much to report. There's plenty going on. Glad that the primaries are over. For those of you that don't realize that oftentimes the county attorney has the right of first refusal when there's some sort of election challenge or some sort of election issue. And that tends to die out after the primaries. I handled a lot of that over the last month or so. Trying a bunch of cases down here. We've had cases go to trial, felony cases nearly every week in Yellowstone County this year. I myself have tried multiple cases, including a really horrible rape case about a week ago. So it's just super busy. We are going forward with jail expansion in Yellowstone County. We will, if we're not already, we will certainly be the largest detention facility in the region, should that pass and get constructed. Other than that, I'm looking forward to the meeting today and appreciate you guys allowing me to appear by Zoom. Thanks.
All right. Next action item, if I'm missing something. Any questions so far? Action item number 1 is designate audio recording as official recording. Hopefully you have something in your books and you'll be able to get in the demo. What that is. Well, there's 2 action items. One, designate audio recording as official recording of the meeting, and then approve the minutes. The second action item is to approve the minutes of the past. So we'll tackle the first one first. Designate audio recording as the official recording. That's why Ken doesn't have to sit there with a big old helmet and try to listen to what you all said. I can barely hear you sometimes, and then write down. This is the ability to use the audio recordings from the public and then hear them. So I need to discussion.
Is this in addition to written minutes or in place of? Is this in addition to written minutes or in place of?
In place of.
So there'll no longer be written minutes of the meeting?
My understanding. So we can log in from the web, wherever, and listen to it, but in places that.
Chair Lori, so what we'd like to see moving forward, we'd like to utilize the statute 23-203, which shows us how we can operate in open meetings, and which allows us to designate the audio recording as the official record, and then we have a minute log. And so the minute log does provide their requirements in the statute that we would meet, so like attendance and a little bit of substance, motions and things like that. So it still has some substantive stuff, but it would be really tailored to the important things and not just pages of minutes. We've had over the last few years, they've attempted to use different AI tools to really help summarize the minutes. But there's always a roadblock with the IT. And so this allows really kind of to reduce that administrative burden and writing multiple pages of minutes. And instead, we upload the meeting to the public website. So it's on our event calendar for the public. And we attach a log that shows
where in that meeting things happen. And then along with it is a little bit of substance about motions and discussion.
Can we amend the motion to show that it must include the log? I'm really concerned about it just being video from no point of reference on it. To vote on it later, I want to be able to reference the log, and the way it's written shows it only has to be the video, and I would not be in support of that.
Chair, Lori, and by law, it requires a minutes log. If the board designates the audio recording as the official minutes of the meeting, it does require a minutes log, and that's what you guys have provided with timestamps.
Well, I think we said it wasn't there that long.
Chair, can I make a suggestion or do you need a motion on it?
We can go to discussion and then whoever makes the motion. If we don't have a motion, we'll do discussion.
So the point I was going to make is the grid with members present seems to suggest that all of those listed are on that. Maybe I don't think that's correct. So it might suggest that I was absent and not checked when I was out on it. So just a minor change to the formatting.
I am curious if there would be a way to have one other bit of information included in these logs, such as significant discussion points. And it would be some kind of deciding what significant discussion point is, but sometimes we get into a juicy conversation that like really impacts the overall decision making. A log like this wouldn't flag that if I wasn't in the meeting. I'd just look and be like, oh, you passed a bunch of stuff, aces. But I would also want to know there was, real challenges in this area, and I'm not talking about the small stuff. I'm talking about the things that either requires follow-up conversation. It's going to come up again. I would want to put some guardrails around that so staff's not left to say, I don't know what's significant, but is that possible?
Chair Chantel, yeah, we can definitely pull out significant discussion and add to the minutes log. It really does just reduce the pages of minutes and the roundtable discussion and really target important issues. And so that's our attempt. And I agree with Dave's comment as well. We will tailor the attendance section to whether it's committee or the full board and make sure it's clear as to who should be there and who's not actually going to. But yes, we can certainly add in some points for the discussion.
We're seeing a number of organizations use AI to compile their minutes. This process use of AI or chatbots and others where chatbots.
Dave, yeah, so it's a little unclear right now. We know that the governor's office asked the presiding officers to share that AI bot can be used. We have attempted to use AI tools past and IT has blocked those to be used. And so the issue is that with the Zoom recording, it's really cumbersome. It takes a lot of time to take that transcript and then really make it to what you guys have been seeing in those minutes. There's just a significant amount of time spent on that. And if we have the opportunity within statute to have the audio, which is really, it's going to capture all of your discussion and then give the public an opportunity to say, if you're interested in this one, start here in Zoom, start here. And then we can add on certainly to add a little bit more discussion points as well.
I just want to, like the way our legislator does, I really appreciate that as a citizen or someone who's looking at legislature, you can go look and you see exactly what was said, not a minute entry, and the more timestamps they are to get to that, the better. In terms of significant things, one thing might be a motion to amend, and that sort of probably signals that there was some discussion. So if that could get its own timestamp and you can go to it, I just really like being able to hear what's actually said and being able to get to it quickly. Yes.
Just on the point of AI, in the corners quotation, but some part of the use AI to take notes. And it did its best to make me sound intelligent, but it changed exactly what I said. And I know I have a lot of euphemisms or those kind of things. And it doesn't like that. So we tried to make it something intelligent, and I read it for, I don't know who that guy is, maybe got to show up more often, but that's not what I said. So I'm apprehensive about the AI part, and I like all this. Well, with that, any other discussion before we have a motion of what we want to do?
It's hard for me to be fully and excitedly on board. I'm wondering if there is room for a trial run, like adopt it for the next fiscal year and then check in and see is this working for us or not.
Move forward.
No, please.
George, first call.
I'll defer to the good board member first.
Similar concerns, also understand the burden for sure of doing the meeting minutes. I guess I lean a bit more towards what Chantel's saying is there are some times where we have some really important conversations. And for those of us who don't, so for example, for those of us who don't sit on a particular committee, but we really want to know the conversation that was had in that committee before we roll into a board meeting, we would pretty much be required to go watch it. And so watching it for an hour versus reading it in 15 or whatever you get my point. So trying to figure out the significant things that would be helpful in those meeting minutes, but also understanding that there's a line of like what's really burdensome. And so I would love to get somewhere in between there.
You wanna? And just from a legal perspective, I think it's important to sort of, number one, realize you're designating the official record. So this would be going forward, for example, if it's in court and there's a challenge to something this board did, I do think I would suggest as your legal counsel to designate the audio as the official record. That does not answer the question and does not control or confine what the minutes also look like. So I just think it's, the first issue is what's the official record, what happened, what the vote was, what people said, that's the audio. And then I think it's very appropriate for the board to also say, here's what we want the minutes to look like so we can access and make that audio usable.
Chair, and to Natalie's point, I was just wanting to say that we do have an after action report. And so from those committees, the boards provided, or the chairs are provided of those committees with the after action report and it's in your materials. And the report highlights the really top things from that committee and the timing. So hopefully you find those as well, because I would be curious to know how often you're referring back to the minutes from the meeting for that information. But when you look at those after action reports, it's really going to target the outcome of those meetings.
I want to acknowledge I'm speaking out of both sides, saying two different things before I start. Number one, I think the wrong reason to adopt this is to ease administrative burden. These minutes aren't for the administrators, they're for the public, they are for us. And if that's our sole reasoning, then I'm against it. We have to do minutes in my role. I'm an executive of an organization. I edit minutes like you wouldn't believe, making sure they're clear and usable, and that's part of my job. I don't take the minutes, I want to acknowledge, but I do edit them. And to say, please, he's not broken, I think is the wrong reason to pass a motion. On the other side, if doing it this way is better for its members and the public, because you can get a timestamp and we can go see exactly what's happening, and we have the action report through mentioning, then that's something I could be more in favor of. Mine is more about, I realize I'm saying two different things. I just think to ask this meeting to do something to remove the burden when it's our role to do is the wrong approach. If we're going to do it, we need to do it because it's more usable, it's more friendly, it's more accessible, it's easier to follow. It helps us as board members do our job better and helps the public see us more transparent. So purpose is my concern here.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion, please? Okay.
Since I'm
the one that does minutes, and I make a suggestion really quick since I'm the one that does this. Okay. I I recently found out that from the transcript that we get from this meeting, I can do a meeting summary. So if you guys want, I can put that together, and I don't know if I want to send it to you or how we can do that, but I can make a meeting summary from the transcript if that would help. Just a suggestion, right now, you guys have.
It's up on the transcript.
I just want to support the official record thing too. I won't say anything I've ever done on this board, but as a member of other boards, I may have voted for minutes without having actually read them. That may have happened once. And so if those are supposed to be the official record, I would much prefer what was actually said to be the official record. If someone needs to dig in and actually care. And I know it gives a little flexibility then if the summary or the action item gets it wrong, you know, that's not great, but it's not catastrophic, like actually stating reality wrong. So I really support the idea that the minutes and the public can come see what we said. I really appreciate that about our legislature. You just go see what we said. So.
Yeah.
I guess I would agree with that. I was doing a lot of nodding my head. I definitely think if somebody's requesting something from us, the board, as official minutes, it would be great to be able to really easily say, here you go, here's the audio. So I would definitely say I'm in favor of that. I do think we need to figure out where we're comfortable on what the synopsis is and whether or not the after actions are great. For how often do I would go look at meeting minutes after a committee meeting? Every time. But that's me. And so I say that with the understanding also that I know what that looks like. And I've seen the after actions and they're very helpful. So whether or not the after actions need to change, I don't know, but wanted that on the record, that I like that.
And you're on the record, Mike. Okay. So I entertain a motion one way or the other, what you want to do with this, an action item.
So, Mr. Chair, Katie Snyder Reeves, I'll go ahead and make a motion to designate the auditor reporting as the official record of the meetings, understanding that there may be some tweaking to minutes and synopsis and all of that.
Action item number one, second. Okay, second. Any further discussion? No further discussion, we'll move to a meeting vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Next, action item is to approve the minute log as required by law. So, talked about, minute logs are. Motion one way or the other, approving the minute. Everybody understands the minute log law.
This is Lori. I make a motion to approve the minute log.
Okay, moved by Lori to approve. Second. In second. Any further discussion? Or for the discussion, we'll move to read the vote all over favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Those opposed, say nay. Motion passed. Thank you. Now, we're at the Youth Justice Advisory Council report. Randy.
Thank you, Chair Dutton, and thanks for having me today. I know that you guys are awfully busy with a scheduled day, so I'll go quick. But my name is Randy Shipman. I am the superintendent of the K-8 district in Dillon, as Lori referenced, and I would echo everything Lori said earlier. And it was well said, and she's a great leader in our school administrators of Montana. So I hope people listen to her. We had a great meeting yesterday. We had a lot of people in person, a lot of people on Zoom, similar to your guys' meeting today. We did welcome a new member, Misty Lemur. She's the Empowering Inner Strength Victims Assistant Manager for the Fort Belknap Tribal Health Department. So we're excited to have her on board and working with us. The council wanted to explore time served for youth. I know Jeremy, and he may have something to add to this, has been real involved with this, but basically what does it mean and how it works. And so we had a gal, Carly Keeter, where's she out of? Might be out of Pennsylvania or something, but
Bill team that did that.
She's kind of the head of it. And anyway, she's the National Assessment Center Association is the organization. And she presented on what those were, and we're going to continue to explore those. There's several states and several counties that have these National Assessment Center associations. Jeremy may add to that here in a minute. We also had, I know a lot of you know Tom Beltine. Tom's with the Youth Court Director with the Court Administrator's Office, and he was here in person, and we had a great discussion with him, and so that was really good and productive. And then we're also trying to identify some strategies to educate our schools and our communities, and especially administrators, about do the right thing for our kids. It's a writing program for our students, and we had some good talk about that and some good developments. One of those is that we're going to change. We always used to do that in late May here in Helena, and late May is a tough time for kids, for teachers, for schools, for a lot of things going on. So we're excited to try to change that to the conference next October 20th and 21st at Fairmont. And I think that's going to be on the 21st over the luncheon. So I think that'll be great. Our national student ambassador is Aurora Radmer from Butte, and she'll be heading to Washington, D.C. The other advantage about having it later is they go in June, in July, and she'll be able to report out. Here, we've always celebrated that they're going to be going, but we never really heard, how it went. And so she'll be able to report out on her trip to DC and all the things that entails. So we're excited about that. And then before you today are the council's funding recommendations for 2027 one-time only after-school program monies and our regional juvenile detention grant. Jeremy is available here, as is Director Bragg, to kind of talk more on that if you have questions, but those are action items in your packets. So with that, Chair, we'll try to answer any questions, but thank you for having me.
You are welcome. Jeremy, do you have anything you want to say about it?
Yeah, so our time served was Tom Beltine, who came in and talked about that. And Carly Creator from the National Assessment Center came in and gave us a very nice overview of what other states are doing and what could potentially be done. Because as was stated earlier, we don't do a great job with prevention in the state of Montana. We're much more reactive, hence $750 million to build more prison beds. And so the National Assessment Center is that spot where you have the ability to get in touch with these kids before they find themselves in trouble. Because once kids touch the system, it becomes very easy to stay in that system. So that's kind of the whole point of having her come in. In terms of the Do the Right Thing program, as previously stated, we used to come in here usually the second or third week, and we celebrated those kiddos who obviously did a very nice job writing their essays. And if you don't know what Do the Right Thing is, it's about youth violence and how it affects their lives. And so the idea of moving it to the conference really showcases that program. And the one thing that we want to do is expand that program, and with the hope of having, law officers, having prosecutors, having mental health people all in the same building to find out about this program. We're hoping will help kind of ignite it and get more kids involved. Because at the end of the day, the one thing that we miss so often is the voices of the people that are most affected. And that's the cool thing about Do the Right Thing program is the kids actually get to talk about youth violence, how it affects their lives, what they see. And then ultimately they also come back and say, and this is what we think we could do about this. So that's the really neat thing about that program. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. If you'd like, I can talk to you a little bit about these grants.
Looks like we have some more action items. The first action item is
the after school program, I believe. So it's in tab 2. And it should be the first thing in there. And so the after-school program was a state-driven model. And so basically what we're looking at, the structure, we modeled it after the Regional Juvenile Detention Center, rather center grant, as opposed to doing it like we do Title II, because if we put that money into Title II, that would have put some barriers up. The key characteristics of this program is state funded, state administered, allows after school, summer, and then weekend programming. Faster implementation timeline compared to federal support models, was highly accessible to rural and tribal organizations, and also small nonprofits. Very much strongly aligns with the legislative intent. It was $300,000 that was broken into 12 at $25,000 apiece. As I said earlier, the program gave priority points to both rural and tribal. The one thing that we find out of our office, most of the money that we give out in grants goes to Western Montana. Basically, here west is where most of the money goes. And the one thing that the problem is that because the whole eastern side of our state is kind of considered a frontier area, they don't have legal, they don't have lawyers, they don't have therapists, they don't have a lot of pieces that are necessary that kids need. Doesn't matter that you live in Alzada, or you live in Wolf Point, or you live in Billings, or you live in Kalispell. And so the thing about this is this particular grant made it easier for those areas if they chose to apply. All right. The administration of this grant, MBCC oversees the application, the scoring, and the funding distribution. Local providers maintain autonomy, so their program is whatever their program is. It simplifies reporting requirements compared to what we do with Title II. Intended outcomes is strengthen these after-school programs and their capacity, and looking to get that out statewide. Like I said, we want that money to stretch further than just Western Montana. Increase access to safe, structured, community-based programming, and support those underserved areas and high-need populations. With that being said, the organizations we had, like I said, we had 24 people or 24 organizations put in. We limited that to 12, $25,000 a piece. The programs that were recommended by the ARC were Montana State Billings, the Beaverhead Brigade, the Boys and Girls Club of Missoula County, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Central Montana, Sweetgrass Technical Institute, the Whitehall School District, University of Montana Trio, Billings Public Schools, Reach Higher Montana, the YWCA of Montana, of Missoula, Eureka Public Schools, and Big Sky Youth Empowerment. So we put that forward to you for a vote.
Exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you. So we have a recommendation from the ARC. And if you look in under tab 2, you will find that the total is $300,000. That is the recommendation. Any discussion? Or
What were the guidelines for choosing the 12 and not choosing the other 12?
We had a scoring system that we use, basically the same ones we use under Title II. And so when they came in, those were put through that matrix, and that's where your numbers came from.
Did we know in our minds we were going to give 25 per, and so we knew we were choosing 12?
We knew that coming out. That was the choice of the YJC, that we were going to fund 12 at $25,000 a piece.
And we picked the top 12.
We picked the top 12.
Were some of the bottom 12, would they have been eligible, were you qualified if the others didn't exist? I guess what I'm asking at is there a greater need here that would have, if you had 400,000, would you have comfortably given forth 100,000 and felt that was well spent? What is the mechanism, if any, for the board? How does the board, or does the board even go to the legislature and say, hey, we use this 300,000 and we think we could productively deploy another 100 or whatever that is that, how does that work?
Well, I will say this, so we had 24 that came in. I think we had about 40 that actually started down the process, and some of them came forward because we set it at $25,000 a piece. Some goes, well, we need 8, so they didn't apply. The need is huge. So if we double that money, every one of these, if we use the same scoring mechanism, say we use for VOCA or VAWA, we're above that 60%, and we would have funded them if we had that money. For a first time run, taking these top programs, like I said, we hope going forward that there would be more money that came into that, but this was allocated as a one-time funding opportunity. But hopefully, even coming back and going, we had 24 programs here they put in. We were only able to fund these 12. We probably could fund 50 or 60 if the money was there. And as I said before, if kids don't touch the system, more often than not, they stay out of the system. So the opportunity to give these kids something to do when there isn't anything else is hugely valuable to all of our communities.
I think to your point, Rachel, who sits on YJC, was instrumental in getting this money from the legislature. And I think that was trying to award as many as we could to show that there was this great need is critical. And I think that, I don't know what process she'll go through next, but it is, she'll be able to show, we'll be able to show that we had way more applicants than we were able to provide money to. And even at that, the 25,000, for some, it's good. For some, they didn't apply because it wasn't enough type thing. So we did talk about that as well.
Discussion. Mayor, just let the board know I abstained in this previously because I was on the board of the others and turned out on that, so I'm people nice.
Good. Please no other question point, so I didn't put a motion. Public comment, very public comment. Very no public comment, I entertain a motion. Okay. Second.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? No further discussion, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passed. Okay. Good job. Now we move to regional juvenile pension grant, right?
Yep, and it should be the next, in that tab, it should be their next,
Tablet.
it should, on tab 2, it should just be the next one. Okay, so the regional juvenile detention grant is money that is given for our regional juvenile detention, and then it's also money is also set aside for transportation of kids to that, as well as monitoring. All right, so the allocation was 608,873, and that comes from the general funds. The allocation breakdown, I understand that this money is determined based on the number of kids, 10 and 17 in each region. So this money is set aside based on those numbers. So that pot is split up based on that. So the Western got 178,519.37. The Southwest region, 107,676.44. The North, the South Central region was 136,818.78. The North Central region, 132,252.15. And then the East region is 45,606.26 cents. So again, there's two types of allocation: the Secure Detention Center allocations. And so you're talking about Ted Lechner and Billings. You're talking about Cascade in Great Falls, and then Missoula County, obviously in Missoula. And that money is set aside for staffing, operations, food, laundry, security, safety, recreation, education, transportation, anything connected to the facility. There's a 50% match on that. Okay. The second part of that is that transportation only allocation. So regions without detention center or facilities, Most notably, the Eastern region received funding solely for transporting you to another region secure facility. And in the East region, that generally means either they're going to Billings at Ted Lechner or they're going to Great Falls. Great Falls is the only center in the state that takes kids from anywhere in the state. The other two stay within their particular region. Okay. Additional eligible services are non-secure detention, 25%, electronic monitoring with a 25%. This project period runs from July 1st through 2026 through June 30th, 2027. Everybody this year, we got the submissions. We had one late submission, and that came from Missoula County. They were able to get it in. They also sent us a letter and said, hey, we screwed up. And would you guys please be willing to consider that we would move forward with that, knowing that happens, unfortunately. This is not a competitive grant. So they were going to get that money based on that application coming in. And Cheryl actually came to our meeting. And is she online? Because she said she was going to come today.
I am here.
She is here, so I'll let her speak to that herself.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing me out on this. So Missoula has administered the grant for the Western region for many, many, many years, and myself in particular. And this year we missed the mark. We missed the deadline. I don't really have a good explanation for why that happened. I mean, obviously this thing goes out at the same time of year every year, and we've successfully managed it for a very long time. This mistake is completely on me. I'm owning it. But the consequences of my error could impact 5 other counties that have no responsibility for this error. So I would ask the board to consider approving this for the Western region, despite my lateness, so as to not negatively impact the other counties that I was responsible for here.
Thank you. So coming out of the ARC, we recommended going forward with that funding. Then going to the YJC, also recommended going forward with that funding. So we would put that to you that based on this chart we have here, that you would recommend that as well going forward. Thank you.
Any public comment? Hearing none, questions from the board?
2 questions, totally different. One, for clarification, I think this is what you said, for the late application, if we chose not to give it, it doesn't give any more money to other groups.
Nope, it cannot go anywhere else.
I just want to say I appreciate the personal acknowledgement of the error and taking responsibility for that. And I appreciate the professionalism there. My second question is, when I'm looking at the cover page on that adds to 600,873, this page here versus this one that adds to 600,073, there are a different set of 5 numbers. The numbers don't match, and I'm trying to understand what the difference is there. They both add to the same total, but the numbers don't match for the amount allocated. Which one are we doing?
Chairman, may I speak to that, please? In the summary, you were shown the allocation for fiscal year 26, which we are ending on June 30th. The chart that you see now that you're voting on, would you please bring that back up on the screen, the last chart? That is the proposed funding for the period of July 1st, 2026, so fiscal year 2027. And the allocations, that how this is calculated is based on population. And so this was based on the most current population.
So it was the same allocation both years, the exact same number of 600,
That money stayed the same.
Yes, the base amount.
Percentage based on population.
Yes.
Correct. And this is, and you're voting on what you're going to allocate, and you were given the information of what happened last year.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to be clear, what's on the screen?
No, that's the type one.
Okay, so it's also wrong, the one in Bin Plaza is also.
I didn't see what that. Okay, that's where my confusion was, because they both had the same year. Do you see?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So this is really 26, 27, not 25, 26. Okay. Clear. That makes sense now. Okay.
Chair, for the clarification, so if we do award Missoula, we did not meet the deadline, someone's not endorsed, is there an unsuccessful applicant who could litigate this?
No,
The money's allocated to them regardless.
yeah, so this can't be moved anywhere else.
Yeah.
This is the, no. No, just people will be damaged if we did not. Other counties, outside of Missoula would be affected by this.
So I get three of the regions go to facilities. I get the east is transportation. What's the southwest then? What's Bozeman? Is it also-
Bozeman is transportation.
Also, okay, so both the east and the southwest are transportation.
Yes.
Recommendation from the park. Entertain a motion.
This is Laurie. I make a motion we approve as recommended.
A second.
Okay.
Yeah. Further discussion? Further discussion, we'll follow, favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Motion passed. Good job.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Chair Dutton. Appreciate all that you guys do. I'll stick around for a little bit.
Jeremy, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Randy, did you need to take off or
I'm gonna take off in a minute, but thank you.
something entertaining on the September coming up here?
I just want to hear you play that thing some more.
Yeah.
He won't leave until you play.
Don't tell that.
We just need to get played out of the room.
All right. Next is the executive committee report. And we're gonna talk about a revision to the policy B-05. To be an action item, and that's under tab 3. Tab 3, take a look at that. May or may not have had time to look at that. In my book, things that have changed are in red. Hopefully the same for you. Public comment. Any public comment? Comments from the board? Comments online? How you make the trip? Go ahead and visit with us.
Sure, Chair.
You don't have to give a 15-minute bio. Good.
Thank you, Chair. Board, I'll try to keep it short. I'm Janice Fries, the Statistical Analysis Center Director here within the Board of Crime Control, and my unit is in charge of kind of collecting and reporting back up to the FBI any crime data, and we also work on the Justice Data Warehouse. So that I just wanted to give a brief explanation of why we were proposing these changes and asking you all to consider this. This hasn't been reviewed in quite a while, number one. And number two, we needed to realign some dates due to some changes with the FBI. So if you look on the second page of the policy under procedure 2.0, under 2.1, the previous wording was that we would report to program managers and accountants on a quarterly basis. In speaking with the grant managers, it seems like that might be a little more than they would like to hear from us necessarily. I mean, not to say that they don't like us, but, to keep everybody moving forward. And we felt like a more suitable timeframe for that would be as requested. That way, instead of it being tied to a quarter, it could be whenever they need. It could be more frequently, less frequently if there's issues, that sort of thing. The second big change to this takes place on the third page of this policy under 4.0 definitions, specifically 4.1 and the first bullet. It's asking to change reporting by the 14th day to the 13th day, and this is due to a change with the FBI. The FBI has started reporting on their Crime Data Explorer monthly. And so in order to have the agency's data reflected on the Crime Data Explorer, the FBI is requiring that data to be reported to them by the 14th. So by changing the date in this policy to the 13th, that gives us time to get that data and then report it to the FBI by the 14th. And that change is also shows up in under 4.0 in 4.2 as well. And those are the big changes. Thank you, Chair.
Section 2.3 gets rid of the biannual in March. Changing section 3.3. All right, we'll take the Sally.
Chairman, does this change anything for the law enforcement agencies, or is this them submitting to us or you submitting to the feds?
It's both. So it's asking the agencies to submit a day earlier than the 14th, just so that we have plenty of time. We have a day to get it to the FBI, so that since the FBI is publishing that data for public consumption, we want to make sure that all agencies are accounted for. So if folks are looking at the dashboard, there's no holes for Montana agency. It's just making sure that we're able to get that data in a timely manner so that there are no questions about Montana's data on the national setting.
That confirms it for me that this is for them to submit to you. And I know this is true, but obviously you've communicated that to them and they're aware of all of that.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Board.
But this Lori motion.
Second.
And second.
Second. Any further discussion from the board? The discussion will move to a immediate vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passed. All right, Jack. Revision of bylaws. So that is still just right behind there where I skipped into. So you look at bylaws. First page, one change, second page, section 2.3, biennial of March, take that out. Anyone, do you want to describe what would you want?
So yeah, before the board, you have us proposing to revise the bylaws. This is some cleanup language, and then the major changes are later on in the section regarding our standing committees. But you have, starting in section 2.3 on page 2 of the bylaws, striking biannually in March of. And so that the board would just review every even year all statute related programs. So it provides us some flexibility when that happens. Moving on to section 3.3, the striking mail or email. And so we'll just have some flexibility in getting that to board members via BINLAWS, the electronic system we have, and then also we do email that out. If board members would like us to mail an agenda, you can let me know. We can accommodate that as well. But just cleaning up that language there. Moving on to page 4, we currently, the recommendation from the executive committee, this did go before the executive committee, and that discussion, they wanted to discuss it further with you guys. But from that conversation in section 4.1, the board shall recommend to the governor that appointments include at least 2 members of the Juvenile Justice State Advisory Group. The board can certainly recommend members from the Youth Justice Advisory Council to the governor's office for appointment. I think part of that discussion comes down to it's really difficult to serve on the Youth Justice Advisory Council and the board and the assignment. And so if we could just have flexibility in, if there's a member of the Youth Justice Advisory Council that's interested in serving on the board, then we can certainly work with them and recommend them. But this would just eliminate the requirement to recommend. And so certainly can still have Youth Justice Advisory members on the board, but it would be a requirement to provide the recommendation to the governor's office. So just remove and strike that language. One of the outcomes from the executive committee meeting, you'll see in section 5.2, that was to add the list item J to remove board members from a standing or special committee. Part of that discussion included, since then, talking to board members, potentially removing for a cause, and just have to remove board members from a standing or special committee. Due process could look like that coming before the board, that removal coming before the board at the next regular meeting and have the board approve that or not approve it. But the board can certainly discuss what that looks like. But the recommendation is to add item J to section 5.2, which would be the chairperson's general duties or the vice chair's general duties in the absence of the chairperson. Looking at section 9.1, that's the biggest change. I, over the last few months, conducted a committee assessment, and so looked at our 8 committees, how often they were meeting, what items were before the committees, and really looked at consolidating some of that work to streamline the process. And so before you today, you have the recommendation going from 8 committees to 3 committees. We would have an executive committee, a public safety committee, revising that name from anti-drug to better align with the work that we do in the public safety work with Erin Drennan. She does a lot of those public safety grants, so it's just looking at updating that terminology. And then instead of a victim committee, we would have a victim programs committee, which again just aligns with the work in the agency with our victim programs that we have. I did provide you, the board as well, with the outline of how that committee work would look moving forward and the changes. And so you should have in your packet the list of the summary of those committee duties. Really, the main change is moving, if we look at the prevention and treatment committee, moving the 2 grants from that committee under the public safety committee, which would be the John R. Justice grant and the residential substance abuse. And so if the board wanted to move forward with having the 3 committees, the victim programs committees would stay the same. That work would not change. They would be responsible for the Family Violence Prevention Service Committee, grant, the Sexual Assault Services grant, Victim of Crime grant, and the Stop Violence Against Women Act and our Domestic Violence Intervention grant. The change for public safety would be the justice assistance grant would stay the same. The burn state crisis intervention grant would stay the same. Eventually, in fiscal year 27, the burn state crisis intervention grant will consolidate down into justice assistance grant, and so it will be its own separate grant. That's a federal change. But that public safety committee will take on John R. Justice and the residential substance abuse treatment. For the executive committee, that will focus on agency operations, compliance, legislation, policy filing, and also our statistical analysis center things that come forward. The statistical analysis center items were in a technology committee, but because of the lack of really work coming before that committee, I believe the executive committee could do that. And then lastly, the tribal committee, looking at assessing that committee, that the tribal committee has not met. I think it met once, maybe 24 or 25. It does not have currently any really action item before the committee. It's more of a collaboration and coordination committee, but it hasn't been actively meeting. I had a really good conversation with Amanda Littleson about this, and I did talk to Vice Chair Kern as well. But my recommendation to the board is we move forward with having 3 committees, which would eliminate that tribal committee, the prevention and treatment committee, and the policy committee. But with the tribal committee, ensuring as a board that we have tribal voice on all of the 3 committees. That way, that representation can be heard in our funding recommendations, in our decision making, in our state planning, really where those representatives and their voice is really being impacted. They're impacting the work, and currently as it is, they're not part of that decision making. And so it would become really part of the chair's job to ensure, and my job to ensure that when we're assigning committee members, that we have tribal representation or a tribal liaison on the committees that the board has. And so you have that in section 9.1 other materials.
Kayla, before we move on, did you mean to strike out D to G?
I had the same question.
Yes, those should be stricken.
Yeah.
And I apologize, they're not in your materials. The bylaws that were sent to the board in May to comply with a 30-day notice, that should be the correct copy, and all of it should be struck. So, moving on to section 9.2, a little bit of language cleanup there by the chairperson biannually, and then clarifying that the chairperson shall designate the committee chairperson and vice chairperson. Looking at section 9.7, we would strike that because it's duplicative, because we have section 9.2, and we would renumber. And then again in 10.1, just striking that language because we covered that earlier in section 9.2. And the last proposed amendment is section 10.4, letter E, March of each even number of year, striking that. And we can do that just to provide more flexibility on when for the biennial budget. Mr. Chair.
Any public comment? Public comment on this changes, the bylaws, public comment? Hearing none. Question from the board? Lori.
Just a comment. Being part of the executive committee and having reviewed these a couple of times now, I just think they're really nice, cleanup, more concise. I've served on at the same time Justice Council and the board, and it was overwhelming to do both and your committee work as well. I'm the chair of the policy committee designee, so I appreciate consolidating some of those. I think that this is nice cleanup and a lot of thought and effort, and I think this is months worth of work in a few couple of strikeouts that may look like it took 10 minutes. And so just want to say I appreciate the time and effort around this and look forward to supporting it.
Sure. I would also, I would just say that I support the changes, and Greg and I discussed this quite a bit, is it's just really tough to get committee meetings lined up, when they send out those polls. You know, I'm making calendar, entries in 2028 right now, and so it's like, you know, so if we, you know, streamline that a bit, it would certainly be helpful, and that way we're making sure we're getting good use of everybody's time.
Just kind of technical point on 5.2. There's a little semicolon and you'll check it still needs to have, at least in the version that's good. Well, there's a little, like, there's still a period at the end of I that needs to be the semicolon and move the and from H, just that kind of things.
Or just later, English majors.
You're welcome.
My wife doesn't have a degree, but she sure knows how to do punctuation. Okay, good. Anything else? Bring no other discussion. Entertain motion.
This is Lori, I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion to approve by Lori, second.
Chantal.
And Joe, second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll move to the meeting vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Right, motion passes. Thank you. That was a lot of work. This has been a long time on the executive committee and a lot of discussion. It happened. I'll be frank, the truth about it, I didn't understand it, but Kayla took the time to go over and then back over and then back over about how it was going to work. I finally understood it. At first, it seemed like change is a difficult thing, and there are two things that cops hate: one, the way things are, and two, change. And we worked through it. I understand it, and I agree with what you both have said. Okay. We did. Board. And maybe, oh, we're up to State Street. So standing committee, do we, what do that? Everybody have the standing committee? Did you see that? Who your name is? Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, guys.
Three.
So this one here in the packet. And the one on the back, which is projected. Right, the back is now old, right? Not relevant anymore. Are we just voting on this one then? Okay.
Point.
Like the one on the screen is no longer relevant, right? Based on the vote we just had. Chart. So we need to be, we're looking at the chart with 3 columns on the front. That's what we're voting on, not what's on the screen. That is what we're voting. Okay.
Good. That's right. Good. So. This is the one, Stuart, for your eagle eye.
Yeah, it's on the screen too.
Captain Obvious, I'll put this one back. I can't see my back. If someone raises a hand, would you let me know? I'm relying on Kim to go, oops, there's a hand. Anyway, all right. Everyone, see the one on the screen, the public comment. Public comment. Comment from the board. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move to, yes, adopt or accept the committee assignments contingent upon passage by 3 column chart. This is posted on the screen.
The second,
I'll second.
any further discussion? Lori?
Didn't you start on that one, Sally?
Well, I was just reading the title at the top.
Oh, okay.
That's what it says.
No longer contingent.
Any other confusion, any questions? Okay, discussion, no more discussion. Move to immediate vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passed, thank you. Then. We are moving into.
Hello. All right. Good morning, everyone, Chair and board members. I am Jackie Hoover. I'm the program manager for the Violence Against Women and the Sexual Assault Grant for the state of Montana. Today, we are reviewing the compliance status of Safe Space regarding their current grant awards administered by the Montana Board of Crime Control. These grants include the 2024 Victims of Crime Act, the 2025 Stop Violence Against Women Act, the 2025 Sexual Assault Services Program, and the 2025 Family Violence Prevention and Services Act. The purpose of this presentation is to lay out the timeline, the severe allegations involved, the subsequent investigation, and the decisions now pending before this board. In early 2026, MBCC staff noticed an unusual lack of response from Safe Space, specifically regarding late programmatic and fiscal reporting. After Safe Space representatives failed to attend a scheduled online technical service training late in January, I conducted an unannounced in-person monitoring visit February 5th, 2026. During that in-person visit, Safe Space staff and interim management disclosed that the organization was in complete internal chaos. They revealed that the former executive director, Rachel, had completely stopped performing her job duties starting in October of 2025. More alarmingly, they disclosed that the Safe Space board was initiating an internal investigation into extreme allegations against her. This included embezzlement of misuse of funds, abuse of shelter clients, distribution of drugs to shelter occupants, withholding shelter donations. Additionally, Rachel faced pending outside criminal charges related to arson and animal abuse. Following these disclosures, MBCC took swift action to safeguard public funds. First, we reported federally on February 23rd, 2026. MBCC officially submitted reports regarding these issues to federal oversight authorities, including the Office of the Inspector General, OIG, for VAWA, VOCA, SASP, and FIPSA. I was also interviewed by federal agents in a co-occurring federal investigation. On February 18th, 2026, MBCC issued a first letter of noncompliance, officially suspending all grant funds. Funds were withheld until past due reports were completed and until Safe Space could provide it, and had initiated an internal investigation, established protocols to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. A second warning was issued on March 10th, 2026. A second non-compliance letter was issued because Safe Space failed to meet programmatic reported deadlines, needed fiscal corrections, and still had not formally initiated an investigation regarding whether federal or state grant funds were compromised. On May 1st, 2026, Safe Space submitted a certification of completion of internal investigation to MBCC. On May 21st, MBCC's leadership and fiscal staff met with Safe Space Board to review their findings. MBCC's formal takeaway from the meeting revealed that Safe Space investigation was profoundly limited. The investigation was not coordinated professional audit or financial audit. It consisted primarily of staff and alternating board members informally sorting through piles of unorganized documents and bank statements to determine that bills needed to be paid. No policy updates. The board has not adopted any new or formally updated written financial policies or procedures. The only concrete internal control adjusted was a verbal agreement to change check signing practices to require 2 signatures, the president and the vice president, and blocking cashback options on debit cards. Incomplete scope. Critical components requested by MBCC, such as a formal evaluation of internal controls, an assessment of overall financial policies, and exact accounting of whether federal or state grant funds were involved in a prior director's misconduct were completely undocumented and left unexamined. As it stands today, Safe Space has completed its programmatic reporting, but requires fiscal corrections remain in progress. Furthermore, 2 of the 4 grant projects are set to expire month of June 30th, 2026, with the remaining 2 on September 30th, 2026. Representatives from Safe Space are asked to be attendance in today's meeting, and by our bylaws, this board has full authority to approve, terminate, alter, or reject these grant allocations. I can go through those options if you'd like me to.
Pleasure forward.
Yes, okay. So option 1, move to release the suspended funds for allowable costs contingent upon Safe Space resolving all remaining programmatic and fiscal reporting corrections before the respective project deadlines. Option 2, continue the total suspension of funding until strict compliance conditions are fully met within the project deadlines. And option 3, formally alter or terminate Safe Space's grant awards effective immediately, articulating our specific justifications on official record. And I can turn it over to fiscal too, who can talk more about the fiscal reporting that was done.
We're going to start with, do you have a question?
Not the whole thing, we're not. 3 options.
So move to release suspended funds, continue total suspension of funding, and formally alter or terminate.
So give it to them, get suspended, take it away.
Yes.
I will have, I'm Tammy Ferris, the financial manager for MBCC. And beside me, I have my colleague, Kara Snar. She is a budget analyst, but she is the acting grant accountant for Safe Space. And Kara will give you a brief synopsis of what we have awarded to Safe Space, what we have reimbursed them for, and what they are requesting and what's remaining. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you a combined amount across all 4 awards. If you want individuals, I could do that. But currently between all 4 awards, they were awarded $473,826. Of that, we have currently reimbursed $160,239 for VOCA and $27,958.83 for SAF. And nothing has been reimbursed for VAWA or FIPSA, which those grants did not begin until October 1st of 2025.
Reimbursed to whom?
To Safe Space. So the current pending payment request amount for the 12/31 payment request is sitting at $61,159.72. And the payment request for March 31st, which has been submitted but is still pending, is $75,347.40. And those are both pending because there are still clarification that needs to be made if all of the expenses are allowable to the individual awards. And I'm just going to go through a quick timeline of the payment requests and when they were submitted and what issues were found when they were submitted. So Janet, the acting accountant for Safe Space, emailed Jackie and I on January 10th, letting us know that they were going to need an extension for the payment request that was due on January 15th. And so at that time, Jackie granted them an extension until January 22nd. But days later, she requested an additional amount of time because she was not going to be able to gather the information that she needed by that deadline. And so as more time went on, the request was finally submitted on February 13th. So as I began to review the payment requests, because they have the 4 awards, it is their expenses are allocated across all of them based on the percentage of hours worked amongst all of the grants. So some of them had shared expenses and some did not. The shared expenses, I found that things need to be corrected because there was PPI that was still remaining on documents. Not all of the invoices were submitted with all of the details, so I could not determine if they were allowable or not. And there was clarification that needed to be provided to see if it was an expense that was within their budget. In addition to that, there were expenses that were submitted solely just to VOCA that included items of pet supplies, gift cards, food, washer and dryer, Christmas items, and those were unusual to what they have submitted and are unallowable. So when they were sent back, I requested them to remove those and asked additional information for the other items. In addition to their expenses, they have personnel and fringe. There were some timesheets from the executive director who were not signed, and per federal guidelines, we have to have approval signatures for both the employee and the supervisor. We sent it back saying that we would need certification from the board that those hours had been worked and could be applied to the award. They resubmitted the payment request. Not all corrections were made. The email sent back from Dan Murphy to certify the hours made it even more unclear if the time could be reimbursed, because he stated that the executive director had quit working and wasn't working on the grants and that they had placed her on administrative leave. So with those comments, it could not be determined if those could be reimbursed through grant funds. They were encouraged to still submit the March 31st payment request, even though there was information possibly missing and needed. They did submit that on April 14th, which was a day before their deadline of April 15th. It has recently been set back to them for corrections because, once again, there are information missing from the invoices, not all of the information included. Some timesheet clarification still needed, and expenses that needed more explanation to be determined if they could be reimbursed. So that is a summary of the two payment requests and where they are standing.
You have a recommendation? I know like you brought 3 ideas.
Yes, I will approach those, sir. Chairman, I will approach those after I've made my comments. Okay. So, let me give you some background. I know some of you know, but some of you are new. And so, as the fiduciary workers for the federal monies, we expect the same thing of our subgrantees as the federal government expects of us for, protecting financial security. And so our expectations when we score applications, we'll take it to the very beginning, get an application and we score it as the financial group. We we ask for information, and information is included in the packets that tell us what kind of systems they use. Are they using a manual, a system, electronic system? What is their structure? Do they have a board? Do they not have a board? What is their organizational structure? All of those things that give us a foundation of whether or not they can handle financially any award given to them. So we go through those documents to see if they are fiscally ready to maintain those awards, if awarded. Then when you as a board award these monies, we request additional documentation, and that establishes a baseline of their financial expertise, let's say. And so, we have other information that comes in, their policies, their procedures, that kind of thing. And then as we process payment requests, then the grant starts, we process payment requests as they come in, and we process them based, again, on documentation that they provide us that backs up their requests. So let's say they say they want, in the other category, $100. They should have receipts and other documentation that details why they want that, what it was used for, and is that the correct amount of money. And then after that, after we process those payment requests, we paid them out as a group, we go and we monitor our subgrantees. We actually physically go to their facility and we remember what they've told us. And so then we go and we ask them to show us what it is they do and how they do it. Even though they've already said that in all this documentation, we go there to find out, to see if there's something missing or a problem somewhere that we can help them with, and so that we can understand their processes better. And so that's our process of how we evaluate a subgrantee. One of the most important things that we need to have financially, that is the basis of every financial transaction, is good internal controls. I know that's a kind of a scary title, but what that basically means is they have to have policies and procedures that are both written and approved by their board, if they have a board structure. They have to have procedures about documentation, how to file those documents properly. Management behaviors. Does somebody check in on people? Do they, how do they manage their people? How do they manage who does what? Accounting tools. Do they have an electronic accounting tool, or do they do it manually? Do they have checks and balances? Is one person responsible for the money coming in all the way to going out? Or do we have 2 or 3 people, more eyes on it? And then we want to know the proficiency of the staff that is managing those funds. There are some very, very small grant organizations that we provide grants to. And some of them are running on 2 or 3 employees. And so we understand that not everybody is going to have that accounting proficiency, but we work with them to make sure that they understand what they're required to do. And so we provide technical assistance whenever they request. And also we tell them, we see you're having a problem, let us provide you with technical assistance. And as Jackie said in her statement, when they went to do the surprise visit, we had heard that their executive director had left, and we didn't know if they had a new one yet or not, but Jackie reached out to them and said, you're going to need technical assistance because this is fairly sudden from what we understand. What the board needs to understand is we were never really given a direct letter from the board, an official. Our executive director has left, and we have assigned a new one in the interim. We found this out in the process of them turning in their late payment requests. And that's the bookkeeper that they use, the accounting person that they use. She let us know that the executive director was not giving her the proper documentation she needed so she could process the payment request. And so we needed an extension. And then she let us know that she'd found out just recently that the executive director was no longer. And so we needed an additional extension, and we granted those. But Jackie also said, let's set up a meeting so we can provide you with technical assistance. They did not attend the meeting, did not tell us why. It was a no-show. We were ghosted in modern vernacular. So with that background, Safe Space, I'm looking in our current database. Safe Space has been with us since 2001 and maybe further back. I'm only going back to 2001. So they know our policies, procedures. They've gone through this over and over again. When they started with us, they did have a different executive director who retired. And then the current executive director that was in question came on. In those years, we have supplied, the board has awarded them $1,237,506.14.
And how many years?
Between 2001 and 2005.
2025.
25. 2021 and 2025. Yes. I'm in the wrong decade.
So
21 to 25. Yes. $1 million in 4 years. And so, let's see, back to my notes here. So I keep on. So we provided the monitoring visit, and that is when Jackie and Kara went and found out the information about the director being gone and things were in disarray. And that happened in February. And so since February, we've been back and forth with them trying to get more documentation. And they've been very slow in sending documentation or replying to us. I want to take you back to a little history, because when we look at paying the payment requests, we've already looked at their documentation. We know that they have a certain expertise, but we also watch for patterns, because that's when you're kind of mini auditing, you're not right there, but you can see patterns in what they're presenting to us for reimbursement. And so this is the pattern that followed over a period of 1 year, not calendar year, but 1 year. On October 16th of 2024, Jackie went for a monitoring visit. At that monitoring visit, she found that the director in question had a lot of problems. She had organizational problems for her management of her documentation. She wasn't following her policies, some of her policies and procedures. And so Jackie worked with her to develop those. 2 days later, when Jackie got back, we found through a newspaper article that the vice president of their board had embezzled $32,000. It did not affect federal funds. She embezzled it from an investment account. So we went back in and said, how did this happen? And we discovered that their check signing proficiency was these people could sign checks by themselves, and there was no other eyes on what was going on. So we worked with them to develop a new process about that. Jackie and Criselda and one of our other program people at the time went back, and they showed us that they had cleaned up the area. Everything was safe, clean, organized. Documentation was where it belonged. And then they had developed this check signing process where there would be 2 signers on the checks. Then on 10/24, we issued the letter to them of 10/24/2024. This was the monitoring visit of 10/16/2024, that they needed to clean up these issues. And then they had the site visit on 3/13/2025. And we discovered, and we did send accountant at the first visit, not at the second visit, but Jackie discovered that the issues were resolved. They had cleaned up everything, that sort of thing. Then something happened between 10/1/25, 7 months later, and 1/15/2026. We don't know what happened during that time, because on 1/17/2026, when their accountant asked for an extension to present their payment requests, that's when we discovered that their executive director had been let go. So in the following months, we have worked with Safe Space to try to discover what it is that actually happened. There are, again, like Jackie said, there were allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse. And of particular, when we spoke with the board just last month, they said that their interim director had said that there was fraud that implied a hotel that had been rented for a month instead of on a day-to-day basis, and that there had been dog food and other pet supplies that had been purchased with the Safe Space credit card. And that's, they termed that those were just incredibly bad management decisions rather than actual fraud. The federal government requires us to make sure that fraud, waste, and abuse. So if it's not technically and legally a fraud issue, it was abuse and it was waste. Their policy manual states that no pets are to be allowed on the site. She brought her dog. She purchased food for her dog, so there was no need to purchase dog food based on their policies and procedures. So even though they had those in place, they did not follow them. And with other allegations that came to light about this director, it appears she was homeless for some time, and we do not have time frames. We don't have dates, times, that kind of thing. We've asked for them. So we don't know when she was rendered homeless, and did she use that hotel for a month as her living, or did she really need that? The idea was she stayed at the hotel because she was traveling back and forth between Butte and Deer Lodge, where they were expanding to another unit. But it's only 30 minutes from Butte to Deer Lodge. So we have to question, why would she need a hotel to travel 30 minutes? I come to work every day. It takes me an hour and 15 minutes to come to work, one way. So I know it can be done. So these are the things, these are the questions that we have. So then in response to you, Chairman, on your 3 items that you have to decide what to do, if you decide, number 1, to release the funds, in order for me to feel comfortable to be able to release those funds and know that if a federal auditor came and said, Tammy, why did you do this? I would need to see more documentation. I would need dates, times. In our conversation with their board, they mentioned that the director had been issued legal documentation and write-ups. I would need to know about those so I could have dates and times. And I would also recommend that if you chose that, you would require a third-party forensic financial investigation, an audit, so that we can see what they spent their money on. We feel fairly confident that the numbers that they're presenting to us are probably close to correct, but what they purchased with those and how they use those purchases, we're not sure. They have, their accountant person is a contracted accountant, and so she could not be the third party. It would have to be totally separate from anybody associated with Safe Space. So that is a recommendation, is if you're going to say, let's release the funds, first I would need to see an audit before I could feel comfortable to do that and sign my name to it. Because ultimately, the rules said I am responsible as the financial manager. In the second option, it says continue the suspension until strict compliance conditions are fully met. So again, I would need that third-party audit. That would take some more time. There are 2 grants, their VOCA and their SAS, their Victims of Crime Act, and their Sexual Assault Services Program close June 30th. And their paperwork would need to be finished and filed by September. So that gives them a very short timeline. Their VAWA, what's the name of that?
Violence Against Women.
Violence Against Women. brain stop. And then their family violence program. Those close on September 30th. And so they would only have until possibly December to finish that portion. So they would be under strict timelines to get all these things done, to get them to me so we can determine how much of any of their payment requests we can allow. We've also been, we've noticed on Facebook that they say they cannot accept new victims for victim services. They've not spoken to us about that. So we don't know, are they so full that they can't accept new services, new people, or have they mothballed to get their organization realigned and they're not providing services? If they're not providing services, we cannot reimburse them for anything during that period. So these are questions that I still have that I need to have answered before I would feel comfortable providing them with the monies. So the option third is to formally alter or terminate the state safe space grant awards effective immediately. And of course you would have to say specifically why you were doing that. When I say immediately in my head, that means we do not provide any payment for other requests since October 1st of 2025. And so if you chose option 3, I would need you to say that you formally terminate Safe Space Grant as of October 1st, 12:01 a.m. because my accounting services are very specific to times and dates. And we would need that for the formal record. And so at this time, those are your choices. We will work with whatever choice you have. We will work with them in whatever capacity we can. However, we can provide some technical assistance, but we can't teach a whole board in a few months what internal controls are. And when we spoke in May, they seem to have a very small understanding of what internal controls are. And that's very, very important. My heart goes out to them.
Hearing this, my senses are going wild over here, and I'm still trying to hear them. So, what's investigated by law? If so, that they provided the findings, there's the accusation of investment of these funds. Will be paid back? Who did we do? I know we asked about an internal investigation, but this is criminal. It's not just a civil issue that's the difference between investment and fraud or the accusation of fraud. I think it's been determined that there's a possibility of better work out. Yes, sir. So, as far as I know, I've not got any answers about where or who investigated that. It can't be investigated by the CEO or the whoever he is. That conflict of interest, and in my mind.
Exactly. Yes.
That doesn't fly with the federal government.
Correct.
When you say those terms, that's either Butte Silver Gold, police, sheriff, or if they're conflicting, then a state agency, Department of Criminal Investigation. I've not heard anything as a result of that. I'm very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. I'm going to ask if there's safe space on the line. Nothing can be. Safe space, be on the line. Safe space, are you on the line? Hearing nothing from safe space on the line.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
in your packet, you do have, just to clarify a little bit, NBCC is not aware of a criminal investigation. It's our understanding, we did notify, the chair notified Silver Bow, the criminal allegations. And, they may have made a referral to the Division of Criminal Investigation, which that is the normal process when you have things like this. We do not have an update on that. Separate from that, in your packet of materials, you were provided the summary of the investigation, the internal investigation by the board and staff of the assessment of their financials. We did meet with Safe Space, and go over, for the purpose of going over this report. I mean, I think the outcome of that is, there are some more, the board hasn't formally adopted any, new or amended policy and procedures from their assessment. And it was mentioned, they have implemented a double signing of checks. They took off the cashback option on their debit card. But there hasn't been formal adoption of any amended internal controls or policy and procedures since April 29th, 2026, when this was provided. So, I worked with the board counsel, Stewart, to issue the first letter of noncompliance and the second letter of noncompliance. We did ask for a summary of their findings, what the assessment looked like, what that internal investigation looked like, and you do have that here. And so if the board has additional questions, I'm happy to share.
There's also a federal investigation. I did participate in an interview with federal investigators. Kara and I did. So there's a federal investigation going on as well.
All of this is very concerning, and thank you for your diligence and hard work, really trying to get to the bottom with this, extending many efforts to provide the technical assistance that they would need to come into compliance, and having done that before, you've formed that relationship. So your work has been exemplary. Thank you. While what we choose to do with keep suspended, release funds, or terminate, I'm going to hold on that. I have some questions about impacts to the community, the region, and staff, just so I can understand the lay of the land, if you know it. And then I have one other question about, actually, it would be probably in our conditions, special conditions or contracting. So with your permission, can I ask a few questions all at once, and then we just move through them?
Sure.
Okay. So regarding, we weren't notified of the chaos happening. Is it in our special conditions or contracting an agreement that basically says, if the wheels come off your wagon, you're going to notify us?
Right. Yes.
Okay. So they're not following that contract or special conditions in addition to all these other things.
Correct.
How many FTE at Safe Space could be impacted? Let's say they had to close. How many FTE are there? Do you know?
4 or 5.
Okay. And then based on PMT reports that you've received, or narrative reports that you received, I'm assuming up through March 31st.
Yep.
Do you have a ballpark of how many folks they're serving?
I don't know off the top of my head, unfortunately. I do know that 5 counties are affected by this. So there are 5 counties total that they serve.
And that was my last part, which is what's the regional impact in terms of being able to access services in our grant review, and the ability to, like if somebody loses funding on the funding side, you can say, if this region is now not going to have services, we can appeal that decision. And while these are different policies and different issues, it is something that we've always taken seriously. So thank you for all of that.
I would like to answer to one of that issue, the one question there about counties and where would people go. As I said before, we found a website, as a Facebook post. And in their Facebook post, they said, we are currently unable to accept clients. Please call Haven in Bozeman, and they gave a number, the YMCA in Missoula, and they gave a number, or the National Domestic Violence Hotline. So they have, or for immediate assistance, dial 911. So they have already referred new clients to the proper next available, which would be Missoula or Bozeman.
That was my question. Thank you.
Chair, if I could ask for some clarification. Okay. I heard the three options, but if I could give a little bit of clarification, the difference between option number one and option.
So, option number one is move to release suspended.
I understand. The no-go. Then.
Is to release the suspended funds so they would be reimbursed for January and then March.
Without any
further, they'd have to get their payment requests in order for us to do that. So they'd have to finish that. And then contingent on resolving all of their programmatic problems and things like that, we would then allow them to finish their term. So for one of them, it would be June, or for two of them, June 30th, and then the next one would be September 30th. Where option two is we would suspend the funds and not reimburse those two payment requests that they have at all.
Until they fix their, if and when they even do that.
Right.
So it's not a full stop, it's, you guys need to get your ducks in a row and perhaps we'll revisit.
Yes. Basically, we've got, you've got 4 months to get your ducks in a row. Yes.
I don't understand the difference now.
There really isn't a lot of difference.
They're both the same.
Some immediate payment, it sounds like under the first.
But I
option,
thought Tammy said.
But we still, yeah,
Down or not it.
we still can't.
Voted one, and
Yeah.
they're really the same.
So then it is.
Impact.
Yes, 1 and
Because
2 is,
understandably.
yes.
Sorry, Chair.
Jordan, did you have a question?
I spoke out of turn.
I did too. Sorry.
Lori, we'll use that. Dave?
Just another clarifying question. If we condition either of the first two options with an independent audit, can we look at just our grant dollars and look at their entire budget through that audit?
Their entire budget must be audited. It does not limit it to federal or state funds. All of their financial responsibilities have to be
Is
audited.
there a free that, or is that just your best judgment? That's what should be.
No, there is authority in the federal rules.
That's
Does Safe Space have any pending grant applications?
They do not. They missed the application for SASP and they were not granted VOCA funds because they applied with VAWA information instead of VOCA.
Natalia.
All right, I have a few questions. So first, for the 2024 VOCA, first that one, when do we have to turn those funds back to the Fed?
Let's see, I think the 24 VOCA closes. Not sure. I'm not sure. I don't have that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
I think it might be September of this year. And the only reason I ask is, and I don't remember what the dollar amount is there of, if we're hoping, this goes to my second one too. I was wondering when we close on SAS.
We just did an extension.
Actually, let me look and see, because in your board report later, we'll go over the grant, and I have that here. Yes.
The reason I ask is because if at some point we're leaning towards, like, let's give them a little bit more time, if there's a detriment is we let them do that and we have an opportunity to use those funds, but then we don't give ourselves an opportunity because we give them up until the very last minute and then we have to revert them.
Yes. Their current grant, do you know how we funded them?
I'm not sure if it's a combination of the different awards. I'd have to go look. I couldn't get that.
But the oldest possible money that we have for them was the 24 VOCA federal grant, and that closes 9/30/27. So I would have to have my final reports in by January 21st on that. So
we have more opportunities to reallocate that funding should at some point we end up not they end up not, being able to do what they're supposed to do on the grant, we take it back. We have more opportunities to reissue it up.
Not the 24 monies.
Clarify, you said 9/30/27.
Oh, yes, yes. You're correct. It is 27. You're right. I would have one more year. Normally, in the VOCA process, that's VOCA, there's two contingents. And the one contingent gets theirs for 2 years. And so the money that they revert ends up going back to them because of the way the grants process. So this grant closes in 2025. They don't have it, but the 2026 contingency that's closing this year would have, they're applying for the next one. We wouldn't give it now because we won't know for sure how much we can pass. But the next time they apply for it, which would be 2 years down the road, and this is only a year down the road, so we may have to leave funds on the table.
I was thinking we wouldn't have to leave funds on the table.
Because, because
Does the grant close, the 2024 grant closes September of 26 or 27?
2027, but any money left over that we determined from this contingent, we could not apply to the next contingent next year.
And is it too late to grant in the process to grant for the current?
You are going to vote on VOCA's grant for this contingency year that starts July 1st.
I think I answered my phone question, remembering that that we now have the opportunity to give so many years of VOCA that in reality, we could change whatever the dollars that are going to close the quickest. We would make sure that Safe Space does not have those dollars.
Exactly.
So okay.
Yes.
I should have gotten it before I asked the question. Risk assessment score. So how long have they been high risk?
2 years.
Okay.
That's why my drop-in was unannounced.
Yeah.
Because it makes them high risk immediately when the executive director has turnover. And that's part of our risk assessment. So when that executive director was not available and the new executive director didn't follow up with my TA providing, I stepped in and I walked in.
But they were high risk before.
Yeah.
When they changed from the retired director to the director in question.
Yep. Rachel was a director for about a year and a half.
The reason I ask is I'm just thinking of whatever path we go. I mean, there's definitely things within like our risk assessment policy of like, you haven't done this stuff for this period of time, and that we bring it pretty much here to decide whether or not we're going to terminate. Right. Can you remind me, so you said we think in October is when Rachel left, is that right? And we didn't find out until February.
Oh, actually, the period from October 1st
on the grants.
Between January 10th and January 17th is when we think she was terminated. However, their board said from the beginning of October, she just stopped working. She stopped signing her time card. She would just show up and receive her pay.
I'm just thinking about the things that, depending on what we go with today, like the particular things that we're able to outline of like what they have violated when it comes to special conditions, as far as like notifying us, the 3 people that have changed on the form. Like there's a lot of time things with that. So just want to make sure that wherever we go today, that we're outlining that stuff. I think that was it. That was it.
You have a follow-up?
I don't think so.
I just count.
Follow.
Yeah.
So just the way you have presented this, the initiative, is a great gratitude to the board member to this level of confidence in the work. So thank you. Number 2, it sounds like we would not be, and I'll use the word punishing for lack of a better word, punishing the FC for the failings of the prior director. If there is a world in which they had recognized that problem and come to you, we would not be here, right? There are things they could have done after that discovery. Those things haven't happened. And that to me is the real problem, not what an individual did. The entity itself has continued to happen. So
And I was hoping I was expressing that because, the individual caused the problem, but the board did not have enough oversight and did not follow through with letting us know what was going on.
And I'm also, keenly aware that somewhere there's employees that had no fault in any of this, was probably doing their job, and this potentially going to harm them, but there's service provider. But at some level, we're responsible for public money and certain responsibility.
Scott? Sorry, probably had your hand up. Got a good alarm system, but she just couldn't get my attention. Scott?
Thank you, Chair. This question might be for one of the other board members. With this level of dysfunction and potential continued dysfunction, is Safe Spaces even providing services properly? Can any board member answer that? I have no idea, but we keep assuming that we think they're delivering services to those who need it. Are they even doing that?
According to their Facebook post, no.
Okay. But does any board member know like what they're doing? I don't know them from anything, but I would obviously, if it was something in my area and they weren't doing anything in terms of serving victims, in terms of providing what they're supposed to, I would know. Does anybody know?
I think they said no new clients. They didn't say they're not providing services, did they?
Right, that's correct.
But they are, that to me means they are essentially providing some services.
I do want to say that during our meeting in May, a couple weeks ago, the board director said they mothballed. I don't know what that means, but they implied that they are so overwhelmed that they stopped all services.
That answer your question, Scott?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. I've actually been on the phone frantically trying to get more information, and I'm waiting for calls. But the point I'm making is we're making certain assumptions that they're even functioning properly. If the level of dysfunction that's been described to me rarely sits at the board or the executive of the organization, it drips into everything. And so I'm concerned that what are we going to do at this point? Suspend until they fix something? I mean, I would want to do more investigating. So anyway, that's just my thoughts. I will tell you, I am for termination of Safe Spaces. I'm going to be hard to convince otherwise based on what I've heard today. However, is there someone with Safe Spaces, somebody from the board or anybody invited to participate today or call in? Do they want to have an opportunity to speak some more to this?
They were invited, they were invited to be here.
Chair, Scott, during our meeting in May, we did respectfully ask for them to attend. And then yesterday, I did receive an email from the board president, Murphy, asking for the Zoom link and CC'd on there were other members and staff. And I did send that on as well. And I have followed a separate email, I think about 2 months ago, letting them know about the board member and where to find the information on our event.
Okay. And as we sit here now, I don't know if anybody's on Zoom that wants to address this that's from some position in Safe Spaces. Okay. All right.
Here's a couple questions. I make a motion that we terminate funding based on suspicions of fraud, abuse, and waste, and full confidence in our staff who are not willing to sign and put their name on the line because they have suspicions of that.
Motion on the floor, second.
Just that it needed also.
And terminate October 1, 2025, 12:01 a.m.
Second. Second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Just
do we have a duty to give them a due process to answer the claims formally?
Far as I can tell, they have been given a lot of process and have continuously either not responded or responded very superficially. As you can see in their April 29th letter, they were invited to be here. They're not here. At this point, as you've heard, that federal law controls, and I'm not sure that there's anything that would be required that hasn't been, but I would allow staff to speak to that more specifically.
I would like to say that in all of their applications and in their special conditions, there is a statement that says, this grant may be terminated in whole or in part by the Board of Crime Control at any time.
More.
Sure. I would just say, and maybe this is a friendly amendment, or perhaps it's including a letter that's pretty low. But it sounds like there's also been significant violations of their supervisory requirement. It sounds like, you know, there's special conditions and stuff like that. So I think above and beyond, that you're not reporting for your and responsive to NBCC staff. That's another point of clarification.
This is more a comment for the board for us to consider. I have a sneaking suspicion this isn't the only small nonprofit we might meet who is struggling at this. And victim services are run on shoestring budgets and are critical lifelines. So having a regional hub essentially be mothballed and not eligible for funding is an impact in our state that we don't necessarily know the impacts of, but we do know it increases lethality risk to children, etc. Part of how we fund might impact what comes next. If we had a larger entity, say a YWCA Friendship Center or Haven, who's like, yep, I could run that as a satellite, we would know they had the internal controls and the size to do it well, but they would still only be able to apply for one VOCA grant that is capped at $250,000. So it disincentivizes this sort of merging that could strengthen services in a region with known entities who would do a good job. So for our consideration, I think at some point we might want to think about how our policies impact what happens when a small nonprofit who is the tiny shoestring lifeline to services in a whole region can either make them stronger or essentially we see them go away. Not to say that we should do anything other than what was already suggested.
Certainly agree with everything Chantel said. I think we've given every possible opportunity to these folks. Even when I was here, and we have a very large responsibility to protect the federal funds that come to us at the Board of Crime Control. And I would be concerned that if we don't act in a manner where we expect others to be responsible for the funds in the way that we are required to be responsible for funds for the feds, it doesn't necessarily paint the best picture for us that we're holding people accountable. And so I want to make sure that we act in a way, which I believe that this is doing that we act in a way that's protective of all of our funds, because one pot of money can get messed up and it messes up all your federal funds. And so I think the current motion, I think, is in that vein.
Or I call for the vote. I've been involved in this. We have been involved in this. I know some things that law enforcement issues that I'm not saying without saying we're headed down the right path. Sorry it impacts other people, but as you said, we can't allow this type of issue. And I do want to applaud you all for going there and finding, I mean, this is like walking into a house that you think is in order, finding that it was ransacked. That may be a drastic explanation, but there's a lot of tentacles to this. This is a polite way to say, get your house in order. That's mine. I'll call for question. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carried. Thank you for your work. It's been a lot of work Sorry you had to go through it, but thank you for bringing it up. No, we're running a little bit behind. Right here, Rick was not able to make it. He's a farming guy and he's with some of the stuff line. Do we attend? Kim, do you feel comfortable?
Oh, yeah, we're in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kim's gonna present on the anti-drug. Do it.
Hello again. Most of you know me, and those of you that don't, I am Kim Keltz. I am the Executive Assistant, the Board of Crime Control. I am the Board Secretary. I am the by JC Council Secretary, and I manage 2 state grants. And today I will be presenting the Crisis Intervention Team. That's CIT for short. I know Lori doesn't like her. So,
Not that I don't like.
well, I know, I get it. Absolutely, yes. The Crisis Intervention Team program was enacted by the legislature in 2017 and directed the Board of Crime Control to increase the number of law enforcement officers, behavioral health providers, and community stakeholders who are trained to respond safely and effectively to incidents that involve an individual who has experienced a behavioral health crisis. The funding opportunity opened in January 8th and closed February 19th. The funding amount released was $415,840, and the grant is for a one-year time frame. We had one applicant, and that is CIT Montana, and they have been the subgrantee for this grant for the past 4 or 5 years at least. Is that correct, Natalia? I had to go to former. Okay. Their request was $415,394. They scored above the 60% to be considered for funding, and there were no unallowable costs. Option number 1 was to fund the applicant at the full requested amount of $415,394, or option 2 to fund the applicant at the full amount released, which is $415,840. And the ARC chose option 2.
You have before you the explanation. Is there any public comment on the crisis intervention training department? Public comment on CIT?
Mr. Chair, and perhaps you know the answer, perhaps you don't. Do we know what sites they have planned for the next?
Yes, actually Dennis Nyland is the executive director, and he is online for public comment if anybody has any deep questions. Yes, he does send me a summary, and I ask for that, of all the trainings they're going to be doing, where they're at, how many people they're training, very detailed information. So yes, he does provide that.
I'm just curious.
Yep. He a lot. They go all over the state. So yes. Dennis, are you there?
I am. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. So I don't know, would you have any questions? I could kind of give you, someone had asked about the academies we're going to have this year. I could do that, or if you guys have questions, let me know.
That'd be fine. Just a quick summary of all that you do there.
Quick summary. What you do?
A quick summary of all that you do, please.
Yeah, so basically we go around the state and we help facilitate. So CIT Montana is like the umbrella over all the academies that are throughout the state. So we actually have coordinators from other academies come and help CIT Montana, myself, a couple of other people from CIT Montana go and help out with those academies. And we do the 40-hour, it's based off the Memphis model. If you look up CIT, Crisis Intervention Team, Memphis model, that's exactly what we go off of. We've created, we've Montanaized the CIT curriculum, 100% approved by CIT International. We've actually presented at CIT International, I think 2 or 3 times. now with how we do it. We have 15 modules that we do that they are required to go through before they come to the course. And then when they go through the course, we go over all those in more detail. And then we have subject matter experts that come and talk about each one of those sections. If students have questions or want to know more details about that other than what was in the modules, that's what those subject matter experts do. We also have the reason why what we've done in Montana is we've had the modules before they come to class, which then gives us more time to actually do the practical pieces of practicing the techniques that we're trying to teach them for crisis de-escalation. With that, this year, we have already done, let's see here, 6 academies. Yellowstone County, Lincoln County, I'm trying to remember all of them right off the top of my head there. Sorry about that. We actually, Cascade County, and I'll talk about that here in just a second. Cascade County, they were an established academy prior to COVID. I think they had one academy right after COVID, and then there was some manpower personnel, so they didn't do it for a few years. We finally were able to get them back. This spring, we actually had their first academy again for, I think it's been 3 or 4 years now, 5 years. Kalispell, Libby, so Lincoln County, Billings, I did Yellowstone County, I already said that. Helena, northeastern Montana, we have a regional CIT academy. So when I talk about academies, it's usually in those communities, the community that because a big part of our academy is talking about the resources you have in your community and the resources that you use. So we have a regional academy over in the northeastern part of the state, which includes Roosevelt County, Richland County, and there's 5 or 6 other counties, plus the Fort Pitt Reservation. So we've had that this is the second year that we've done it, and it's been very successful. And I can actually let everybody know here that we actually have had our first tribal member that has actually went through it this year. So that's a big plus. We've been pushing and trying to get the Indian country as part of our academies, and we finally were able to hit that milestone. And so from this point on, hopefully we're going to get more and more as each year goes by. We have a few more so right now we have no more academies until fall, just because of the summertime fires and spring break, or vacations and whatever else. We don't do it during the summer. We have 4 academies, including Bear Valley County. Cascade County is going to actually have their second academy. Kalispell is going to have their second academy. State Prison, we've been doing that for, I think this is their 3rd year of doing state prisons. So the men's prison will be going over there to do it for their academy for them. Trying to think here. I had some real quick numbers. In the last 2 years that we've been on the grant that we're on right now, we've trained over 350 students, which includes law enforcement, mental health, EMS, fire, so the first responders, peer support, courts, court systems, commissioners, whatever. We've had 15 academies, and we've actually been part of 27 conferences or events that we're actually talking about CIT around the state. So it's been very successful. So hopefully that kind of gives you a little bit of an overview of what we've done. I don't know if you got anybody else has any other questions.
Thank you, Dennis. Any other questions? Or questions from the public? I have way of background. I am on the board CIT, so I will not be voting. I can be available for information of this, but I won't be voting. And then we'll do one on the board if I can have certain. Any questions for Dennis? In the art recommended the 4,115,840. I would, with no other discussion, I will entertain a motion.
It's true, I'll make that.
You bet.
Second. All right, second. Any other comment from the board? Vote second. Any other discussion from the board? Can't see online, guys, okay? Jim, let me shake their head again. All right. Discussion, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Take that waiver as an aye from the. Amanda. Amanda there. Okay. All opposed, say nay. Sign it. Okay, here no nay, motion passes. Thank you. These recommendations give us floor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And Dennis, thank you for your time.
Thank you guys for.
Thank you, Dennis.
Yes.
I even took my, now and give you the low, anyway. That is Erin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good almost afternoon, board. My name is Erin Drynan. I am the grant coordinator for public safety programs here at MBCC. And I'm just going to briefly talk to you about the chief executive certification for the Justice Assistance Grant. So the Justice Assistance Grant, or JAG, is a federal formula grant that's administered by the U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance. It's a leading source of federal criminal justice funding to state and local jurisdictions, and it's one of our largest public safety grants that we administer through MBCC. It is a federal formula grant, but we are still required to apply for it on a yearly basis. So the federal fiscal year 2025 application was just released by BJA in March, and we had about a 30-day turnaround on that. So it was submitted to them successfully on April 8th. The Montana has been allocated $1,108,170 for this fiscal year 25. And currently those funds are allocated or prioritized for multi-jurisdictional drug task forces, and that's consistent with our existing strategic plan. One of the award conditions to secure that funding is to obtain the chief executive certification completed by the governor, and that form can be referenced in your board binder under the Anti-Drug Committee tab number 4. So the Board of Crime Control must complete specific compliance steps related to sections 3 and 4 of the certification in order to facilitate the governor's formal certification. So section 3 of the form just certifies that the application was submitted for review to an organization designated by the governing body of the state, and that is the Montana Board of Crime Control, not less than 30 days before the date that the governor completes the certification. So in order to satisfy that section, the application materials were posted on May 4th, and I believe you were all informed that they were posted. And then the section 4 certifies that the application was also made public and there was an opportunity for public to comment. So again, the materials were posted on May 4th. There was an online comment form along with that so that public comment could be received. We did not receive any public comment through that posting. And now this time in the agenda just allows for the board and or the public to comment on application materials. So we again have covered both sections 3 and 4 of that certification. And then following that, we'll be able to send the certification to the governor to be completed and then submitted to BJA to hopefully secure those funds once we get the award notification. That is all.
I would definitely search it.
Sorry, I have the actual page number. It's
Mine is. I'm just going.
It's on the screen.
I would rather look at you at all than turn it up there. So the
Last page, tab 4. Is that right?
Just saying, yes.
We're just saying that we've completed those compliance steps so we can send the certification to the governor for his signature. We do not.
You're duly advised. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, let's stay trained.
Please.
Oh, let's go there, so let's take a break, lunch. Go over and find something, and, 30 minutes. Resume in 30 minutes for those of you online, all the way in the building. 30 minutes now, right down.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I as well. And are we? I met one around that. Yes, that's the long-term field. Middle options.
Now you need a PA
Don't
announcement?
give me a bell next, or a, bell next time. All right, moving right in. Fine, early from.
We shouldn't be there yet.
All right. Tammy will bring forward, actually, you can't tell the committee, we're gonna go into victims committee report. And Tammy will bring forward on FY 2026 Victim Crimes Act grant, funding recommendations and appeals. Then we'll take, action item at a time, and follow public comment. We're going through there. The materials in your binder, on tab 5. On tab 5. Take it away.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, if I might, I want to always take a minute to thank the staff. They had several grants to prepare to bring to the Victims Committee and did a phenomenal job of making sure that the materials were clear, understandable, and being present to help talk through things. I do want to make a note that while this is a significant amount of funds, it still remains that we've got unmet needs across the state. The funding cap on VOCA means that you're not necessarily getting everything that you need. And at this point, we're looking at not even funding those requests at 100%. And so I want to note that this is a significant and important part of our overall safety net of services. And it is still not a meshed firm enough net. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I did have good morning, but then things kind of changed a little bit. So we're in the afternoon now, just in case y'all didn't know. No, I'm just kidding. My name is Misty Downhauer. I am the Victims of Crime and the Family Violence Prevention Services grant manager. So VOCA and FIPSA. I just wanted to explain those acronyms. I've been for the past 3 years, and I'm happy to report that the notice of funding opportunity for both VOCA and FIPSA were dropped last week and this week. And so I will have both federal applications submitted by early July. Super excited about that. Before I start kind of with VOCA, so a little bit about VOCA, I guess. The Office for Victims of Crime Victim Assistance Formula are allocated to programs that provide direct services to crime victims. The VOCA fund is financed by fines and penalties paid by convicted federal offenders, forfeited appearance bonds, special forfeiture of collateral, profits from crime penalties, and special assessments collected by U.S. Attorney's Office, federal U.S. courts, and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. One thing about this year is that they did let us know what our allocation was going to be for FY26 before the committee meeting, the ARC meeting, which was so nice because we were actually able to calculate our funding options on actual dollars. So that was nice because usually we always have to use last year's funding and then adjust accordingly when we find out what our allocation is. MBCC released the FY26 VOCA funding opportunity in January of 2026. With that, the board will award 100% of the 2026 pass-through federal allocation. We had 40 applications with 3 new applicants, and we will award 38 applications. Funds will be awarded in the 4 federally required service categories, which is domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, and underserved populations. For applications that have received the 60% minimum score, a staff funding recommendation is provided. The ARC then considered the following criteria when reviewing the proposals for funding, which was geographic area to determine if services are available across the state, priority point 0, 1, or 2. And then also priority points awarded based on each federally required service category to be served, which 2 points for domestic violence, 2 points for sexual assault, 2 points for child abuse, and 2 for underserved population defined as any persons without access to victim services. So the maximum points that are allowed are 10. For first-time VOCA applicants, they must demonstrate a record of providing direct services to crime victims and survivors and show that 25% of the project budget contains funds from non-federal sources. Descriptions should be included in the budget narrative. And so that's a match that they are required as new applicants to provide. This requirement is not the same as the 20% match of the federal funds for VOCA. When first-time VOCA applicants demonstrate the 25 non-federal source in the budget narrative, it can include all or a portion of the 20% match, if that makes sense. As I said, there were 3 new applicants, and then during our committee meeting, there were 3 options that were provided by Tammy. Option 3 was voted on. However, I'm going to let Tammy kind of continue on.
The ARC recommended option 3. And then we, in the interim, after we sent out the letters that said you may be awarded this amount, we received a letter from one of the applicants and they withdrew their application. So that left money in the kitty. And then I re-reviewed that and realized I had taken out too much admin. So I put it back in to give more to the grantees. So we are funded with $2 million of state money. No admin is taken out of that. And then the $4 million that comes from the federal government, admin is taken out of that. So between the admin I put back in and the applicant who withdrew, it basically increased by about 5% the ability to give more money to other applicants. And so the ARC committee thought that they were giving out $6,224,000 and some change, and we're actually giving out $6,459,000 and some change. So if you want to look at your corrected number that's in the grant, that is that $6.4 million. I want to point out
No, it should be the second.
Let's see what we got here. Maybe, and I can walk up here and we can use this.
Visual, nine
Here
does
to be
say
the
six.
They're the same.
That's nine say six. Same.
Okay, this is the correct.
Okay, I don't think we have that, or I don't, well, maybe I do. Can you scroll to the end of it so we can see the time? You got one? Yeah, yeah. This way. Right, yeah. We, are y'all seeing we have the same two?
Yeah, let's follow it.
Where'd we go?
Oh.
She did it about very nice one. Who did that?
Oops, County.
Amazon.
If you can make that as big as possible. You all see this? Well, no.
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 You want to use something else?
Okay, scroll up a little bit, Hannah.
Oh, heavens.
I want you to come back.
Sorry.
I want you to scroll down past where it says 40 and pick up the stuff that's gonna be fun. Go past the 40, you're at 17, you're not, okay, oh.
So in BIMWAS, it's in there. It says.
Is it in one?
It says both the funding options with additions, I think.
Yes.
I think that's the correct one.
Okay.
You want to look at it on your screen instead of,
You're not able to scroll there,
because we,
yeah. You can't scroll down further.
Okay.
Are you in the PDF or are you in the?
I'm in a PDF.
I would prefer it in Excel, it's easier to reach for.
Let's move on.
While she's getting that up, Bill, you can see, the bulk allocation for 2026 is $4,459,078. General fund allocation toward that is $2 million for a total available of $6,459,078. The grant applicants applied for $8,377,000 and some change. And so, as you can see, we are off by a little more than $1 million that we're unable to fund in their asking. With the Phillips County withdrawn, we were able to increase the amount for each one in option 3. And when you look at the tables, let me scroll over here now because I already talked about it. The change in tables, a little bit more. And over. A little bit. No, okay, come down a little bit. Well, I'll stop right here. Right here. Okay, when we work with option 3, we're working with 80% of the funding and then applying a calculation for percentage for the priority point. And so this is my priority point table. An original table started at 65%, 68%. So we remain here the same. Adding, we were able to come up to those with 10 points, 85%. And, so. Yeah, so basically, what we've got there in the first column was just by that priority points. In the second column, it was just a straight, pass. And then the third column was 80% of the funds, and then based on the priority points. So you will find, later on in the explanation, or in our presentation, that we had, one applicant that, wanted to.
Yeah, we need to talk that now.
So Misty will continue from there, and then if you have questions about how much funding they received, I can answer.
And that's why Phillips County was chosen.
Their reasoning was staff. So they had a CAC coordinator for a little bit of time, and then she had since resigned, and they just recognized that trying to keep staff was very difficult up there. And so they decided that they couldn't manage the grant. Let me see this. Okay. Okay, so as Tammy was talking, we did have an appeal. So on May 6, 2026, we sent out the recommendations, the ARC recommendations to our subgrantees, as well as the denials. And then, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So this sheet represents what you sent out as done and approved, and then.
No. So this sheet, what Tammy talked about there was with Phillips County denying their application, then she was able to put that money back in. So this is what the options stand now.
So we have not yet voted on this.
You have not, but that's not until after the appeal.
Right, so how is someone appealing something we haven't voted on? That's where I'm confused.
They're appealing the amount that they were recommended.
So when this was made, the recommendations are made public to all these entities in case they want to show up.
Correct.
Someone can appeal the recommendation before the board votes.
It's because they're appealing the recommendation. So
They can appeal.
Right, yeah, so the current policy that we have is that after the application of the information goes out, say, separate teams, what application is being determined, and then they recommend to the board. Our current policy says, yes, they feel that recommendation to the board. And then we did receive an appeal, and that's what you guys got today. The difference between what we have now is 6 options. Their original application review committee met, and at that time, we there was additional administrative costs. There was 10% taken out. So when the application review committee met, they decided 2% of admin costs. And at that time, Phillips County did not, they wanted to continue with their application. It's the victims committee meeting, and today we will receive we heard they was six forward, and then we were for you guys is basically looking into the options of them and making a decision. When you feel they're now noticed that there's going to be additional their programs against us, and they are there.
So are they still appealing even though they're giving a recommendation for more money now?
We don't, I mean, yeah.
They're confused with their events, yes, and they're appealing the original funding recommendation, which is no longer a recommendation. So we go.
We do have somebody.
Help you out.
Well, no, I have a question. A number of years ago, this came up where the grantee was not appealing being offered an award, but the percentage amount that everybody else was.
Yes.
When we rewrote the policy on appeals, it was to make it so that was not an appealable reason. It was if staff had made a mistake, if a region wasn't going to have services, I can't remember all of them, but it wasn't that there was due process decision-making and you didn't get 100% of what you asked for. And so I'm wondering on what grounds are they appealing?
So so they're appealing on mistake by the staff as well as lack of services in the region.
Which made our policy.
Which made our policy for appealing.
Their letter is in here.
Yeah, so their letter is in there. I could read it if you would like me to.
It's short.
Would you like me to read it? Okay. Dear Sheriff Leo Dutton and MBCC board members, dated 5/6/2026, I'm writing to formally appeal the Application Review Committee's funding recommendation for the Lincoln County Victim Witness Program VOCA Grant 2026 to 2028 submitted in February. We received notice of the recommended award of $183,283 on 5/6/2026. Pursuant to MBCC Policy B-04, this appeal is being submitted within 10 working days of that notice. Basis for appeal, criterion 4, a specific geographic region would no longer have any available program in a service category. The Lincoln County Victim Witness Program is the only provider of victim witness services in Lincoln County, serving 6 courts across more than 3,600 square miles. The recommended funding level creates a shortfall that would prevent continuation of services beyond the beginning of the second year of the grant period. By funding a staff-only position, but not the necessary tools to meet our county's needs, the current funding level recommendations creates a program that is compliant in name, but not compliant in practice. If not remedied, the advocate will lack the federally required resources to provide emergency transportation, lodging, and crisis communication to victims in a 3,600 square mile area. The award letter implies that the reduction is not based on poor quality, but on MBCC trying to stretch $6.2 million across an $8 million in requests. Since this program is the sole provider of victim services in Lincoln County, this program should not be subject to the even distribution of funding reductions mentioned in the RFP, the request for proposal. Oof. Though the policy allows for even cuts, criterion 4 exists specifically to protect counties like Lincoln County from falling below the minimum operational threshold. The total requested amount was $236,541.88. The minimum required to sustain essential operations for the full 2-year period is $222,406.48. And she did attach a budget, revised budget. The recommended award leaves a gap that restricts the program to covering only salary and fringe, eliminating the ability to provide direct services such as emergency assistance, transportation, lodging, meals, outreach coordination, resources necessary for maintaining, expanding MDT services, wireless service plan, all office supplies, any form of training, especially to the state MBCC training. Without these components, the program cannot meet VOCA requirements for direct victim services. As a result, services will be significantly reduced and ultimately discontinued, leaving Lincoln County without any victim witness program or anyone to represent the victim witness survivors in our county. But the funding shortfall is that there will be a loss of services to Lincoln County at the projected rate for 1 full-time employee plus direct service costs. This award will be exhausted prior to February of 2028. This could be sooner if any overtime is needed and or before any expenses such as wireless services, paper toner, office supplies, travel to pick up victims, witnesses for court interviews, forensic medical exams, and anything else comes up. The grant, as it stands, only supports an employee until almost February of 2028. There are no alternative providers in this geographic region capable of absorbing or replacing these services. Loss of funding at this level will therefore result in complete absence of services for victims of domestic violence, sexual violence, child abuse, and other underserved populations within the county. As outlined in our state sustainability plan, county funding is not available, is not viable backfill option due to fiscal constraints, and local revenue generation is limited by economic conditions and judicial practices prioritizing restitution over fines. Basis for appeal criterion 2/3. Staff provided misinformation. Staff failed to follow MDCC policy. In the budget reviews comments, this program was marked down due to having no food items and supplies. We are not sure if it was because they are saying that it was included in our budget or that we did not include it. We are aware that federal funding does not allow for food items to be purchased for events and personal use. We believe that criterion 2 or 3 might apply here regarding the budget scoring and reduction of funding. Reviewers marked down the budget for food items, yet VOCA guidelines, page 8 of the RFP explicitly lists emergency foods as an allowable direct service for crime victims. This misinterpretation directly contributed to the funding reduction. Justification: the reduced amount makes it impossible to deliver required VOCA direct services. The program will cease operationally in year 2 due to insufficient funding. Lincoln County will have no remaining provider in the service category. The application received a high score of 94.7, demonstrating strong alignment with VOCA priorities and program effectiveness. Requested action: we respectfully request reconsideration of the funding level to an amount sufficient to sustain the program for the full grant period and ensure continuity of services in Lincoln County. We are prepared to provide any additional documentation needing, including the revised budget and supporting materials. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Kathleen Sheffield, Advocate Director for the Lincoln County Victim Witness Program. Also, Director Bragg, she did respond in the timely manner to this appeal. I can explain things. Thank you.
Given that we've just gotten the new spreadsheet, based on their letter, they said something around 222,000 is the base of what they need. And with the reallocation of funds and our previously selected option, it looks like they would now be getting roughly 196,000, leaving them a shortfall of $26,000. Based on your experience with the program, is $26,000 going to be the thing that closes their doors in the second year?
I mean, I don't want to put my personal opinion into it or anything. As I see now, what they're leaving on the table approximately for this project that's ending July 30th is between possibly $25,000.
So they're underspent in their current award? Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Thanks.
I want to be careful with my language here. Are they saying give us all or give us none?
I did not read that.
It's saying we can't do this if you don't give us the other, so why would we fund any if they're saying they can't do any? I'm just asking for clarification. I'm not trying to put words in.
Yeah, I did not understand it like that.
Because it says without these, the program cannot meet requirements and there will be no services. So then it comes across to me as, why would we give 200,000 if you can't meet services if we don't give you 22 more? That's how it reads to me. So I want to, whatever we end up deciding, if we decide we can't give you 22 more, do we give them any? Because they just said they can't do anything with what we were going to give them. And so I just would want some clarification.
If you might have an answer for that.
Chair members, that they may be on public comment as well and can share more about their appeal.
Can I clarify something though? So it was stated that they were docked points or monies, and that's not true. They were calculated from their full ask. And so it was calculated from their full ask. So there was no unallowables. The conversation about the food, the emergency food, the comments in the scoring was confused by the scorer saying that it's not allowed because you can't have food, but not understanding that it should have been placed in a different category in the budget stating emergency food. And so that wasn't docked as well. They got their full 9 points. And so I don't feel like we missed any of the criterion.
Look at the other ones on here. It appears to me that there's others that are probably also sole providers for that. Is that fair?
Oh, correct, yes.
Chair, and may or may not have the answer to this, so if you don't right now, that's okay. We just terminated some funding for someone else this morning. Would any of that roll over?
Not this project.
Not this project.
Expectation that we fully fund programs?
No, there has always been, a sustainability plan is important, right? Because there has to be other options in their financial disclosure form. And in this financial disclosure form, there was no other funding options, because a lot of the counties are covered by court costs and such like that. And for Lincoln County, there was no other funding.
So going back to that policy change, I remember at the time we had a discussion about what counts as no longer a service in the region. So we're talking about victim witness services. And if memory serves, they also have a community-based advocacy program. And a community-based advocacy program also can help provide transportation, access to phones, etc. So I'm having trouble squaring how come the region would be without services if there's another program there as well.
Having sat through dozens and dozens of these over the last 12 years, everybody wants their full ask. Who wouldn't? Why wouldn't you ask for it? I'm sure there are other entities who had the right to appeal. We made an error, who would like their full ask as well. I'm really concerned about, we only have so much money. We try to distribute it equitably and appreciate the explanation of not having the error for how those points were awarded. I don't see a basis where we would give more money to this one and then take away from the others, and then our percentages would be off and against all of our past practice of how we as a board award to grantees. So while I feel for them, we can't be their sole sustainer, and we would have to take away from other entities who then would come back, who've seen this document, and then probably appeal again when we take away from them to fully fund one and not fully fund the others.
Yeah. Chair, first, line 21, if you look at there, Lucas Park Cancer Shop at the center. That's the I will give stating from vote on this. I have some questions. Right, is right, the percentage basis for a grant award that is based off of last year total amount 7.8, and there's a total amount of 6.4. So
that's a big.
It seems like this is like a legislative session where there's less money to deal with instead of picking programs. That's just percentage cut across. That hamstrings, in my opinion, that they hamstring a lot of different programs repeatedly over time. It's just less resources to operate a program. I can go on that topic, but it's a tough decision. Our program is going to make them. We'll all be able to agree with Lori's comments, but I'm going to stay. That's the real reason.
So my comment is to tell you, we've been down this road before and we made a mistake. So the mistake was that Dillon or Beaverhead County came in and made a massive deal that we give them more money. Through equitable based on the percentages, blah, blah, blah. Then when the appeal came, they came and said, here's all the reasons we're going to lose, pretty much the same as what we're hearing here. And we said, okay, we'll give you more money. We'd already sent out the letters that said, you tentatively have this much. That's how you remember. Anyway, then we sent out more letters saying, oh, by the way, we cut you. We ended up giving this. There was a firestorm of, oh, so we could have come to your board meeting, protested to get more money. I think you'll have 40 people there instead of 1. So we had to stick hard to that, but what's acceptable is really give them a realistic, what is their issue? Is it really an impact geographically, all those kind of things? But when you start cutting 38 other people, however many there are, this is not a good program. I mean, this is not a good business practice. I tell you.
Yeah, I would concur with that, with those comments. And so one of the appeal criteria is not having it available in that area, right? So one of the reasons why we even have the priority points, including the one about geographic region, is to completely take care of that. And so looking at, like, they get, I believe, they get 9 of the 10 priority points. So they're doing fine there. I would also argue in the letter, it says, they would have to cease operations early in the second year, but 196,000 now, even 183,000 before, that would get them through almost 3/4 of the second year. And everybody in this is gonna have to do the same thing, right? So.
Reporter question. Are these two different votes for us? Is one on the appeal and one's on the recommendation, and which?
Correct. I believe the appeal has to happen first, because if the appeal happens and which way it goes, then recalculation might have to happen.
Is Lincoln County on the line?
Yes. She should. Kathleen, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Like comment? Kathleen?
What, okay.
Kathleen, would you like to comment?
Sure. I'm really at a loss for words of some of the comments and stuff. I heard that one of the comments was that there's a community-based organization in Lincoln County. That is true. However, they have no funding. They just request credit cards, or not credit cards, gift cards and stuff from the community. We've tried to meet with them numerous times. We have no idea what their funding is. There's some issues going on with them right now, and so the prospect of them remaining in the future is very slim. In my experience here in 4 years, I've only had 2 cases where they've even assisted people with either emergency housing or other services. So I can't speak about what services that they have to offer or not. And I do understand, I mean, we're not asking you to fund everything. I mean, right now we're looking for community support from an organization to fund the startup of our MDT program. That's like over $30,000 startup. So, I mean, we are looking towards other sources to get money, but this is part of your guys' process that we have the right to appeal, and that's why we're doing it. And my calculation is that, so you're saying that your report says that people are getting 80.484%. I'm not a mathematician, but when I did the calculation, mine said only 77%. And I'm not, you know, I don't want other people to be cut. I mean, that scares me, but being the only organization that's really represented in this community, that scares me that we won't have any other representation. I mean, I could go on. I could tell you what would happen if we don't have the money, but I'd like to tell you that in this grant cycle, I can just give you some statistics that there was over 1,478 cases that we represented. Over 140 open cases right now. I'm one of the only advocates in Montana that I have 6 courts throughout the community. My farthest court is almost 2 hours away in Eureka. So I try to represent those all. I don't know. I mean, do you have questions that I could, I mean, I'm very passionate about my program, just like any other advocate is. So, I mean, I could, you know, go on and tell you stuff, but is there something specific that you're looking for that I could answer?
One of the questions that arose were, is this all or nothing? If you don't get your full out, then it's nothing, or are you going to be amenable to what we can?
No, and I gotta tell you, from an emotional standpoint, and I know when you're doing public speaking and this stuff, you shouldn't be emotional. That was kind of upsetting to me because I'm not asking for all or nothing. I'm asking for whatever that you guys can make accommodations for. When I first started this program, they did not have, like, they didn't put fringe in and a bunch of other stuff. And I'm telling you that I went to local businesses, the Chamber of Commerce, and I said, hey, I heard you're getting rid of your copy machine. Can I have your toners? And so I went in the community, got stuff. I'm not beneath that. You guys just have an appeal process, and it would be wrong for me, and I'm not sure if that's the correct word, but it would be not proper for me not to try to get more money during this appeal process. And I'm not saying everyone should do that and everything, but I believe that because if you look at your spreadsheet and look at, like a Billings or a Helena or Missoula, and see the agencies that they have in their community that are all assisting victim services, you'll see there are multiple agencies. When you look in Lincoln County, there's, the Lincoln County Victim Witness Program. We do have CASA. They only represent a very small, and they're in the second VOCA awarding period, and they only help a very small amount of the population. And when that population becomes criminal, which I have 3 cases right now that are criminal, I'm representing them and the CASA workers are not representing them. So I don't know. So do you have another question, Sheriff, that I could answer?
Lori Barrett.
Hi, this is Lori Marin from the board. My question was in the second page, second full paragraph below the bullet points of your letter of appeal. You say, without these components, the program cannot meet VOCA requirements. And so my question is, if you are funded at the amount recommended and your appeal is not granted, do you still wish to receive that reduced funding since you cannot meet VOCA requirements if you don't receive the full funding?
So you're breaking up on some of that. So are you asking me if I don't get all of it?
In your letter, second page, second full paragraph that begins with the words "without these components." Do you see where I am?
No, all I heard is something about after the bullet points, the second paragraph.
Do you see your sentence that begins with the words "without these components"?
Okay, that's right.
Do you see where I am?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Your sentence says, without these components, the program cannot meet VOCA requirements. So my question for you is, if the board does not change the recommendation and votes to fund it, one of the current recommendations, which would not meet your appeal, would you still want the funding we're trying to give you since you can't meet requirements without the full funding?
Yes, and we answered that before when they said it was all or nothing.
Right, but I'm talking about your letter says you can't do it. So
right.
Would you be able to meet the requirements of VOCA if you're funded at a reduced rate?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I would also have to start looking at alternate funding. So whether it's applying for the other VOCA or VAWA or other funding, I mean, I would have to do that. So what, right.
The board has a responsibility not to fund someone who says they can't meet the requirements. And so you're saying in writing, you can't meet the requirements if we don't honor your appeal. And I'm just wondering, did you perhaps want to restate that sentence? That it might be more challenging, but not that you can't. I don't know how we could award a grant to someone who says they can't meet the requirements.
I understand what
Did
you're saying, yes, so for I'm sorry, for wordsmithing, yes, that probably would have been a better comment. Or a
So
better,
you would be able to meet the requirements of the grant if you are funded at a reduced rate, even though it would be a challenge.
exactly, I would find the ability to do so.
Thank you.
Any other questions? There was, Kathleen had a question about percentage. Does that go to you?
I don't know where she calculated her percentage, but the percentage of that 80 point, it comes off of the total grant amount. Is not a percentage of their ask. It's a percentage of their grant amount plus percentage points. And so it calculates the same for everyone.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I think the issue was that they were still looking at the previous numbers about the additional funds, and so they were looking at the previous spreadsheet.
That was exactly my point.
Yes.
So Kathleen, you understand that there is a little more money there?
But I am now, but I mean, I was going off of obviously what was presented and what was in the agenda package.
Sure.
There has been recalculation due to rejected funding, and so your new amount is $196,254.
If approved.
If approved.
Right, if I could make one more comment, I'm not standing here or coming to you guys not appreciative of what we've gotten or what you're giving us. This is a process, and like I said, I would be doing a disservice to my community if I didn't fight to get what I could and to make sure that this program is a success. And so I'm not looking at this as, I mean, I just, it's a process, and I'm trying to do the appeal as a process. I mean, I'm very appreciative of the Montana Board of Crime Control. I'm very appreciative of everyone that works under this grant. But, you know, I'm also concerned about funding going forward.
Thank you, Chantel.
Thank you, Chair. And Kathleen, I want to speak to that just for a second. I appreciate your full-throated support for your program. Your job is to advocate for your program. And while appreciation is always appreciated, our due diligence is making sure that the funds are being allocated according to policy, according to process. So both of us having a position to play doesn't necessarily make us adversarial. In fact, I am 100% with you. The state needs more victim services funding so that we don't have to have these conversations, so that we know everybody gets the services that they need when they need them. So thank you for coming. Thank you for being an advocate for your program.
And my apologies, I have to leave because being the only advocate for Lincoln County, I have a sentencing hearing and I have 7 victims that I had promised that I would be there at 1 o'clock to be supporting them. And so thank you for listening to me, and thank you for taking this into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Good. Okay. All right, thank you, Kathleen.
I was just gonna move for a vote on action item number 9.
So first part of this is we have to consider the appeal that we vote on the new amount of recommendation. So I'll take a motion on the appeal.
I move we deny the appeal. I didn't hear anything that was inaccurate and stuff.
Motion to deny. Second. Any other further discussion? Move to the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Now we'll move on to approve the new recommended amount for the BOCA.
Yes, Chair. So at the ARC meeting, option 3 was recommended. And I don't know if you want to relook at the options or go forward with option 3 with the additional funding.
I would like to say that by recalculating across the board, option 1, 2, and 3 were all altered by exactly the same percentage. And so there's no differentiation by adding money that changed one option from another. And so option 3 essentially remains the same, just with a larger number for each subgrantee.
Chair, for the good of the order, I would just let folks know that are new that historically we've given a certain percentage and then given some additional funding for priority points to address things like geographic, the availability in these rural areas, those kinds of things, and that's why we have priority points.
Question for being new. So do the application scores matter, or is it just if they're over 60? But after that, it doesn't matter.
As long as they're over 60.
And so, I mean, is there thought, and maybe this wasn't all the point Matt was making, but at some point we might be in a position of having to starve everyone into ineffectiveness or cut some in order to keep others viable. So far, we're thinking this is not bad enough that it is not going to kill any of these, but at some point we might have to cut some in order to keep others viable if the legislature doesn't do something different. Is that kind of where we feel good right now?
Sure. And Mr. Chair, what I would provide to our new committee member too is that we've had some folks that have returned significant funds to those in the past have been adjusted. We're not dealing with that today, but if they're asking for the moon and then not actually delivering, that is considered, and that has been considered in the decision.
You're asking an age-old question that I think is part of the initiation process of coming out to the board. And historically, we have said these are things that we'll talk about at the strategic planning when we have some more time to really sit down and grapple with it. And part of the idea is so that then when the next round of funding goes out, that RFP is crystal clear for whoever's applying. So you know from the outset, I might only get 75%, but it's still worth it for me to apply, because managing those expectations is just as important as what we do here. And so I do know that, that strategic planning time is in process. Some of the pre-planning is being planned. So I would think that this would be another time to have this conversation.
And I would say too, I don't certainly welcome the discussion if we choose to have it again, but we've had it so many times. We can't be the sole sustaining source of all these people. And so if the only idea was you can't sustain unless we give you 100%, then we become a different type of funding source. We become a sustaining funding source instead of a helping out funding source. Yep. So from my perspective, having done a bunch of these, is I would much rather fund a bunch more at 80 than half of them at 100. And then they're working to have match, to have buy-in, to try to sustain. Instead of, I don't want to, I like what you said, I can't remember what it was. I don't want to fund them out of themselves.
Right.
However you said it better. But I also don't want us to be in the business of we do 100% or we feel guilty, it's not there. We do, I'm making up 80%, 84%, whatever it is. We give the priority points, which took us a long time to get that. And then we expect them to find sources for that other, because then it lets us serve more people across Montana instead of fully serving one and not serving the other one at all. It's a hard discussion, and we've had it so many times.
And we do talk a lot about sustainability through our subgrantee check-in calls, through any chance we can, because I truly believe, that's important. And when you don't have a community that's not backing you up, it's concerning. And so that sustainability, I think, is huge, in my opinion.
I am good with this as it sits. I completely understand the expectation arguments. It's just, I don't know if we expected this or not, and if we get another one. And comes a point where you get, so that's not now, that's not today.
So,
So now, for us is the vote on Victims Crime Act recommendation, take option 3.
Yes.
Entertain motion, Chantel,
I move we adopt funding option 3.
second.
Second, with the understanding that we're talking about the second.
Right. Yeah, okay. And any further discussion? No further discussion.
Scott has something.
I'm gonna abstain on this vote. That's the only thing I want to say.
Okay. Move to immediate vote, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
All opposed? Nay. Okay, motion passed.
Try to better fully explain our denial. That when we're all, there was some confusion on what part about why decisions were made, might help clear the air. The letter.
Yeah, and I believe for the policy, we need to do that within 7 days. So I will draft a letter and give it to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Next. Yeah, sexual assault services program.
Hello again, everyone. I am Jackie Hoover, Program Manager for the Violence Against Women and the Sexual Assault Services Program. Today we are talking about the Sexual Services Program funds, and this decision will be very simplified. So SAS funds are designated to supplement other funding sources directed at addressing sexual assault on the state and territorial level. Rape crisis centers and other nonprofit organizations such as dual programs providing both domestic violence and sexual assault intervention services play a vital role in assisting sexual assault victims through healing process, as well as assisting victims through medical, criminal justice, and other support systems. This funding opportunity was open January 2026, along with VOCA. And the total amount of funds this cycle was $749,821. And then with the extension and use of remaining 2023 funds, the available was $834,329. The ARC recommendation was option 1 to fund the total of allowable requested funds at 100%.
Thank you. Talia?
does the current recommendation, so that you have the reverted amount, does that include awarding a subgrantee that reverted 84,000? Or where did the 84,000 reverted funds come from? That you got to add in there?
From the 23 grant.
Are there any
That-
subgrantees that reverted that we're thinking about?
In this
awarding?
list? I'd have to go look.
That's all I have.
Most probably because this is a year grant and we get the same, is that correct, right?
Yep, we get the same amount.
Yeah, it goes from 7/1/26 to 7. So it's a yearly grant. So there must have been
Reverted
some or
funds.
all of them reverted some funding.
And we did just apply for another extension as well for SAS.
Follow. Asses. Do we have any concerns that these folks won't spend everything that we're trying to give them?
I think so.
Yep. There's no concerns that these people might revert. That was the
When you look
answer.
that way, I cannot.
I know. But then I talked to her and
I know.
I.
Okay, any other further questions online? Online. Okay, option 1 for the section. Leaving. Right, sexual assault service program. Entertain a motion.
Make that.
Okay, motion by Katie, second.
Second. By Natalia.
That's Talia. Okay, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, no further discussion. We'll move to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Next is domestic violence prevention plan. Kimber.
You need a bigger one? Do you need something? Go ahead and give your presentation. Okay. Hello again, Kim Keltz. I am the grant manager for the Domestic Violence Intervention Misdemeanor Probation Program. And the Domestic Intervention Misdemeanor Probation Awards are from state special revenue from non-federal funds. This is ongoing monthly revenue the Board of Crime Control receives as a portion of the marriage license fees from each county. They are mandated by state law and are awarded out to communities for misdemeanor probation officers or compliance officers to monitor compliance with sentencing requirements for offenders convicted or charged with specific domestic violence related offenses, including partner or family member assault, strangulation of a partner or family member, and violations of protection orders. We had a funding opportunity that was released on March 18th, closed on April 17th. We had 5 applications this year with a combined request of $306,746 and with an estimated available funding of $116,560. 3 of the applicants are prior grantees and 2 of the applicants are new. One is a pilot project and the other is for additional services to an existing program. All applicants did score above the 60% to be considered for funding. Options 1, all applicants are awarded 43.39% allowable amount. That is the ratio of requests total to the award total. Option 2, funding all applicants for the same amount. Option 3, funding the new offender services first and the balance divided between the rest. And option number 4, prioritizing new offender services, removing the Board of Crime Control conference costs from the new applicant agency's allowable amount, dividing remaining funds by 3, then removing conference costs from alternatives and adding the difference to community and Ravalli, leaving supervision services and offender financial burden reduction as priorities. The ARC chose option 3. Funding the new offender services first and the balance divided between the rest. I don't have the dollars. Yeah, that's fine.
Public. Well, public, Lori.
Just embarrassed to ask this, but is this one considered priority points or the ARC?
No. So it does not. Nope. This is a state. It doesn't have the. Yep.
Making sure.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I would like to say that in our discussion, the committee, when they discussed this, there were no priority points, but they did discuss the intent and purpose of the award by the state. And so that is why they wanted to fund fully the 2 new programs and then continue to give as much funding as we could, because the funding is half of what the ask was. And that the intent, we believed, of the legislation was to start up new programs and then continue to partially fund these. In other words, start these new programs and then work with the sustainability to keep the already established ones going with the remaining money. So in a way, it was kind of like priority points, but it wasn't points.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the committee meeting, was there any discussion over potentially overlapping services in the two?
There was not. We didn't discuss that. No. That was not a discussion.
I can speak to it though.
Sure, I would love that.
Is that all right, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Given my knowledge of these programs, no, there isn't. I mean, it's not to say that a person served in one wouldn't ever be served in the other, but they really are in their own lanes.
Any other questions online or Mitchell? If there are questions, I entertain a motion for option 3.
Safari, I'll make the motion. We approve option 3 is recommended.
Second. Second. Dave? Any further discussion?
Just noting, I'll be abstaining.
Sure, perhaps someone from the committee could just talk about why it was recommended option 3 versus option 4.
I think Scott was the one that addressed that one. Yeah, that was a huge discussion. So,
Yes. I did not.
like
take
Tammy said,
notes.
we felt the other programs are already up and running. They've been our grantees for quite a few years, sub-grantees for quite a few years, so they're already sustained and established. So we felt that given the money to the newer folks so they could get their projects going and up off the ground was beneficial. And it also, how do I want to say this? We looked at the, I'm just drawing a blank, I'm sorry. They had what the grant is asking for. I'm losing my words, I'm sorry.
We thought that perhaps the art committee, we gave an option 4 because we thought perhaps the art committee would want to maybe give more to, let me look at the number 4 here. Yeah, a little bit
more about the program.
You know, a little bit more to community supervision services, because some of them asked for funding to be able to attend the training with the annual conference that the board puts on. And so trying to figure out a way to give a little more funding without taking funding away. We thought, well, if we cut that trip across the board for everybody, and those that didn't ask for it get the extra money. But after a lot of decision and talking about it, they decided that that wasn't a significant enough amount of money to make that much difference, and that it wasn't something we should cut.
Good. Right. Well, the discussion we went through the music vote, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Vote passed. Thank you. Next. March. Skip over down here. Now we'll move on to the Stop Violence Against Women Act Implementation Plan. Yeah.
Like you haven't heard enough out of me today.
This is a presentation. We did allocate time to it, like an hour. I know we're behind. If chair of the board wanted to do any items. Or still.
I just have one action item that has to be done on the implementation plan. It has to be approved today in order for me to be able to turn it in for the VAWA application that just came out, the federal application for this year. So I do have to have it approved today, but I can skip over this if we need to.
What are we doing?
The question is, do you want to spend an hour on the presentation right now, or do we want to move on to action items and maybe swing back to it quick time?
That's okay, let's get the action items done. And love to hear it, we'll go through the action items.
Okay, point of clarification there. Or Jackie, are you saying we need to hear them 1 hour before we can vote? No.
No.
We could.
This is, yes,
Not,
you guys.
I don't want to be disrespectful to your time.
Absolutely not. You guys had access to the implementation plan that I wrote. So what needs to be done today is just approving that implementation plan with edits, because I did get some technical assistance edits that have come in. So with that technical assistance, then it would be moved to be approved today with edits.
But we could vote without presentation.
Yes.
Not to be disrespectful.
No.
Take time. You put
That's
in.
okay.
Could I request an exceedingly short presentation, basically going over the the top priorities of the state? Just, because I think it impacts our conversation of how we allocate funding.
Yeah, I think we have
Like 3. Including this one.
I'm not good with math, but I see we just finished up domestic violence, next 2, stop, and then 8 planning, so.
And down to 2050. Next day.
But I will agree if you wanted a 15-minute.
No, 5, just a summary of the top priorities of the state and how that information was gathered. That's just top line information.
Yeah. So that's really easy for me to do real quickly. That's all right with you, Chair. Okay. So state planning data, the Montana's top priorities, based on the state's comprehensive data planning successes and challenges, which we asked focus groups throughout our state planning process. The priorities were as listed: expand and enhance victim services, reach underserved communities, strengthen advocacy, improve justice system outcomes, balance continuity and innovation, target professional training, policy and protocol improvement, and prevention and education. And so those were taken into consideration when I formed the goals of the implementation plan. Thank you. The end.
Chair, just to add on to Jackie's comments, we are doing state planning a little bit differently. And I mentioned that at the last meeting, can certainly send out the state plan. And some of the data that we generated, I hope you do. I know we ran out of time, but take some time to look at your materials. Jackie put together quite a bit of data for the fall implementation plan. We held a number of meetings with the public. We do have a meeting on June 18th, as well as more of a focus group. But I'm happy to send the board our draft state plan on how we want to move forward with state planning. We tested it out a little bit with VAWA in the limited amount of time we had. And I just, for our time frame that we have, we were unsure of when the feds would want our state plan. So that's why it's before the board today, because we just don't know when it's due. And we did
July 10th, as of dropped yesterday.
As of yesterday, we know it's July 10th, and so we couldn't wait till September. For you guys to know, we are continuing to state plan, so just because it's done and needs to be submitted, there are always opportunities for the board to revise our priorities, and we can submit those to the federal government. But for the time that we have, we just needed to get something before you even have a position. So thanks.
What's an action item for the
Mr. Chair, the recommendation is to approve the VAWA implementation plan with the amendments that we provide. We put the edits that we've received from our technical assistance providers, and considering public comment.
Sure. You feel you have enough information for one way or the other?
Chair, I know that last question. And I just want to again give a compliment to staff. This was really helpful putting together these bullet points and graphics. And so I reviewed it before it's good.
You made it clear, right? Yeah.
Good. Anything else? I would entertain a motion. What you just said.
Carry out the recommended motions.
All right. Second,
Second.
no. Any other discussion? Having no discussion, we'll move to immediate vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Have a good hour presentation and 4 minutes of left. Good job. Now we're gonna move on to agency executive planning. So Gail and I met with governor's office on May 20th to share about the upcoming board meeting and agency executive planning. You should ask for what we need was what Lieutenant Governor said. You did ask about asking for another 2 million under victim services. We're going to ask in our budget for 2 million. There was some apprehension. I'll just be very open about that. And then she stopped herself and she said, you should ask what you need. So we will advocate for more money for victim services, the amount of 2 million. We'll see. Oftentimes you come out with a haircut, but that's the way the legislature goes. Taylor?
Here, members of the board, I did follow up in an email and sent you a memo, just providing a little bit of foundation of the board to consider. I know it may have been more information than you wanted, but just to outline some of the costs that we're looking at. And so when we talk about the Statistical Analysis Center, the Justice Data Warehouse, we, over the last few legislative sessions, costs from session has gone to Department Administration, some costs have come to us. And so this is the first opportunity that we have the opportunity to ask for Justice Data Warehouse in our base budget. Now that it's being designed, it's starting to be implemented, we need to create the infrastructure for the budget, really, because it doesn't currently exist. So what you have before you is an outline of some costs that the steering council came up with. The steering council is made up of subject matter experts with the Department of Administration and our staff, Janice Freeze, our new data warehouse architect, and both of our data warehouse architects who are doing a fabulous job. But this is an overview of the cost and to get us started. The biggest cost is the Central Square contract. And so Central Square is the majority, most law enforcement agencies use them as the vendor for their case management system, their record management system, jail management. And so we have to essentially use their API, their tool to get the data from these other law enforcement agencies into this warehouse of data, this repository. And so the biggest cost is really that Central Square cost. And keeping that going because we need to utilize their API services to actually retrieve the data. Stuart, the board counsel, is helping us negotiate right now with Central Square for contract renewal. But looking at the next biennium, we do not have any cost, any money to continue a Central Square contract. There are monies that we would renew for the contract that we're negotiating is with Department Administration. So the contract is executed by us, but DLA is actually paying it. Moving forward, we don't have any money to continue those costs. Moving on to the legal support, just having a legal support bucket for outside counsel over the last year or so. We did receive legal services from DOJ. They do not have their agency legal services anymore. And so at some point last year, we did an MOU with Stewart, but just creating a bucket of money in our base budget to have Stewart on as our legal counsel and to support that. He does a lot of work with our contracts negotiation, particularly the complicated one in Central Square. Also working on special condition review, their legal opinions. for an example being for the sexual assault response monies, the Survivor Bill of Rights incentive money that I shared with the board, that has to have a legal review. And so Stuart could do that for us. But there's just things like that, particularly now with the federal uncertainty and the changes that are happening to give us guidance. So we added that in there for the board's consideration. A grant coordinator 2 is also provided. Currently, we have 4 staff members that are our grant coordinators. And as you know, they are working on grants from beginning to end. So they apply for federal grants. They make sure that we can meet all of the conditions. They push it out to our state stakeholders. They close the grant. They do monitoring. They're doing it from the very beginning to the very end. I asked staff to pull a little bit quick numbers for us for the board. In the last year and a half or so, they've conducted 84 monitorings. They have over 170 subgrantees. We have, in the last couple of years, 32 new subgrantees. There's over 14, there's I think close to 17 to 20 grants that we have, but that doesn't include the grants that are open, the project periods open in those grants. And so that could be 30 or more project periods within those grants. So when the board hears, just like today, hearing the appeal and the information with Safe Space, that takes a lot of time on top of everything else that we're doing. And if the board wants to move forward with more opportunities and more conversation about prevention and starting things early on, and what can we do as a board to be more involved in prevention, we have to have staffing and resources. And right now it's just keeping up, right? It doesn't give a lot of opportunity for that extra thing, right? Like they've been buying prevention care. And if the board wants to continue in that direction, I think we need to ask for resources. And then the last item before the board is the increase in base budget for victim services. It is a $4 million ask potentially. We put $4 million for the board's consideration, which is $2 million per fiscal year. A few notes I have about that, and I know there's more people. You guys know this more than me and subject matter experts on it, but a few notes that stood out to me and a few things for new folks to add foundation. The VOCA money, the Victims of Crime Act of 1984, that is the largest source of federal funding for victims of crime. There's a crime victim fund through VOCA at the federal level, and it disperses out to the FBI, to victim compensation, to the Children's Justice Act. So there's a title set aside. There's a whole host of things. What you guys do is victim assistance. And so we disperse that money out, what we just talked about today on VOCA. Historically, it's just unstable. There has been attempts to try to create a more stabilized federal fund. And they do that by saying, okay, non-prosecutorial agreements, that money can now go into the fund. If someone's federally prosecuted for fraud, now that can go into the fund. So they try to open it up by adding more streams of money to it. But it's still just unstable. Looking at some quick numbers, Tammy and I looked at some numbers. From an award standpoint for the board, from 22 to 24, it decreased, our federal award decreased from 5 million to 2 million. There was an increase in 25, about 1.5 increase in 25, and then an $86,000 increase in 2026. In FY 2022, without state monies, because now we have 2 million, 4 million in the biennium for state monies, we were short. So without the state monies, without considering, we were short about $2.5 million between federal award and the state award. FY 24, 1.3 million short. We're projected to be for FY 25 to be 2.15 million short. So I mean, there's the numbers, but we're historically just not meeting the needs, right? And so on an average shortfall, we look at the last 6 years, an average shortfall of the last 6 years, including when we incorporate the state monies, is about $1.323 million. If we just look at the average shortfall over the federal awards, it's it's over $2.7 million. So I just want you to know, as a board, I am committed, and I think we should have a deeper conversation about VOCA, about just meeting the needs, whatever that looks like. But times have changed. The funding streams have changed. There's a lot more federal uncertainty. Graded funding is even more important. And I think it's just a conversation the board we should have, and just see if everything is good and peachy and we like our formulas, and great, we can say that we've done the assessment. But also we may find that 4 million is good, or maybe we need to, in the next upcoming sessions, look at a different ask. But I think having an assessment of that would be good. But for you today is a 4 million ask for your consideration.
Go forward.
Is that the agency executive planning action item? Is that right?
Well, thank you very much for advocating for this with the Lieutenant Governor. It is critically important. We heard over and over again how we're not meeting the need, and that's with a funding cap in place. If we didn't have a funding cap in place, our unmet need might look a little different. I've been doing some deep dives on this. I've reviewed all of the fatality review reports and the reports from other agencies that serve victims over and over again. It just says we're not meeting the need yet. It's in now our VAWA state plan. It's in our strategic plan. We know this. I believe, and this additional 2 million is a very important step. Over time, I think we need to be considerate of, or consider how inflation, rising costs of housing continue to erode the actual value of those dollars. I have a little pie chart that I created of what actually goes to victim services for all of justice-based spending in the state, and it's 0.37%. It's a little tiny strip, and the other 600 million is in all the other departments, from Department of Corrections to Public Defender's Office. Victim services provided at the right time ends up saving downstream costs. Domestic violence is a leading cause for homelessness. It's key driver of behavioral health crisis. It's one of the leading indicators of multi-generational problems. And for law enforcement officers who said, yeah, I arrested grandpa, dad, and the kid at different times, this is what's going on in the home. So our job as folks who work in these systems is to advocate for what makes meaningful change over time. And this $2 million is the next most important step. Over time, I'd love to see us benchmark to overall spending to something like, what if we said, hey, just give victims 2%. So thank you so much. And I look forward to deeper conversation, and let me know what graphics I can bring.
Or any other discussion? Natalia.
Quick question, not about these. The after-school program grant is one time only. Is there an appetite to ask for that again so that doesn't go away?
Mr. Chair, I think the board can consider that. I know from the YJC meeting yesterday, some feedback they received from applicants is that the 25K, so just didn't apply because it was a weird amount of money. So I think the need is there, but I am not familiar. It's from my understanding that one time only was not a formal ask from NBCC last session. So I don't know exactly where it came from, who advocated for that, but I don't believe that came from the board last session. So that would be something to consider if you were going to do that.
Follow up. So the request came in a roundabout way from a member of the Youth Justice Council and their connections with legislators. And so it was worked on, yes, with the board, but we were working on victim services coming, so that was a larger effort. I should say. So we were certainly supportive of it, but not, we didn't necessarily push it. We were like, if you can make it happen, great. But now we got it. So I'm just wondering if we want to capitalize on the fact that like, we didn't have to do, not any effort. We didn't have to do a whole lot of effort and that got into our budget only for 1 year. So that was great. And I would hate to see it go away, even if we just like, even if we asked for it and they said, no, we decided we don't want to give it to you again. But it just seems like an opportunity to keep it. As far as, and then we as a board can say, okay, well, maybe it isn't worth it to do it for 25,000. Maybe we need to increase it to 50,000 and we only give out 6. But that would be, I would be for trying to keep it going just because it's hard to get the money in your budget in the first place.
So to add that into our ask, 2 million plus 25,000.
Plus 300,000 per fiscal year, for 600,000.
Better. So, do I have a motion? Thank you.
I would move that we ask for the 2 million additional funds per year for victim services and 300,000 for clarification. Is that per year or total? Per year for after school program grants. With the asterisk, it's a key prevention strategy.
More stable.
Can I amend it to just add all the rest of these in?
Well, the
Can
rest
I?
of it-
Do you want?
No, sorry.
I just, what if we can amend it to, if everybody's good with all of the proposals, if we just do all of the proposals plus add the after school programs, we only have one motion. A friendly amendment.
I accept that friendly amendment.
I'd second that.
I know what the friendly amendment is.
And I'll just, let's go forward, we go call for a final vote. We can set the priority when we enter the system, but ultimately, you know, it's the Attorney General's office. They set priorities as well, so we'll have a conversation with them and share with the board decided. Just wanted to make sure you look at that.
Just a question, given that is asking for an additional 600,000, the $4 million has to this, that about 600,000 is more important for you. There's only so much money. I mean, and coming from a school who did not apply for this grant, this 25,000 will not allow us to sustain it over time. Money's good money, but there's a lot of paperwork for 25,000 for one time for sustainability over time, so that we did not apply for it because it wasn't a reasonable use of our time. We're worried about sustainability. I wonder, do we risk our 4 million for victims by asking for additional 600,000 that probably won't get long-term sustainability? And I come from a public school, so that's a hard statement for me. But because I want all the money to go to public schools, because we wouldn't need the 4 million for victims if we did a better job with our schools. But I feel like it's important to acknowledge that someone else is going to need to make our word. If we were to say, give us our 4 million, if there's more, give us 600. But I would hate them to say, okay, we give you 600 of the 3.4 million together. So just a thought.
Well, I know how this works for an agency. How does this work? The Attorney General is not the governor?
So, Mr. Chair, Kerwin, we have been advised that the AG help sets priorities. I'm sure we also talk to the Lieutenant Governor as well. And so being administratively attached to DOJ, we have those conversations, but being receiving some services and having a connection with the governor's office, we talk to them too. So we have talked to the governor's office and we will plan on talk to DOJ after we identify what the point is.
From the agency's perspective, what is happening right now is the beginning of the process. And you can cut things out that you've asked for. You can't ask for things later that aren't asked for. So normally at this point, you put in place a list for the things you might want, and you can negotiate your priorities over the summer and early fall. It's been an agency experience.
I would concur with that. One of my question when Lori raised her hand was whether or not you need assistance from us to help them prioritize these. or if you, I don't feel like we need to give it unless you think you need it. That we're having, I want to make sure we do that for you in case you're having a conversation or going, I don't know what to do. Maybe you and the chairman can do that.
Well, just to be clear, someone has to, because there is a priority field in IBARs that must be filled in, so they will have a priority. Again, there's humans behind this system at the end of the day, so.
Chair, we'll entertain if the board wants to set priorities, we certainly can. But we're happy to set this. But if the board would like to have that conversation, to set these priorities, top 5.
Mr. Chair. I'm reading the room and I'm thinking the general feel is that VOCA stabilization is #1 priority, and it's been a #1 priority. Of course, it'd be great to have more money for after school programs, but reading the room, that's pretty evident.
And then I would just say, I've talked to y'all, I think you know what is important for the agency and what the priority should be out of that. And that's my thought. But
The job here is to approve what we're gonna pass.
yeah.
Now, we have a motion on the board to include school.
And you set priority.
We're still there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other discussion?
That's fine.
Squad. All right. All in favor of the motion, I won't repeat it, and we got it. That, say aye.
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 Aye. All of opposed, say nay. Motion passes, thank you. Is the quarterly report yet?
It is, and for this people, you have it, if you have questions, please reach out to me. As a reminder, at the back of your report, we started, activities that occur within the quarter that align with the goals and objectives the board set for us in September of 25. And, you have those activities, in packet. And then I just will provide a quick update that we have received all of fiscal year 25 federal grants except for Project Safe Neighborhood. They have not released that 25 fiscal year grant. We have only received one fiscal year 25 award, and that is Paul. So the Paul Coverdale Forensic Science Improvement Grant, which goes to the Forensic Science Division at DOJ, that is the only 25 award we've received. In the last week, 2 weeks, we received, the federal administration released the fiscal year 26 Victims of Crime Act grant, the Sexual Assault Services Program grant, the Family Violence Prevention Services Act grant, and the Violence Against Women, the Stop Violence Against Women Act grant. So we are in the process of applying for those. And then just bring your attention to the back of your quarterly board report, where there's a few key accomplishments that are provided for staff and matters for no reason. But everything else obviously is here.
Quick question for you. So it looked like there was consolidation for us to get into JAG. Just provide us a little information.
Yeah, Chair, Katie. So it stays the same for fiscal year 26. They have the same burn skip grant. It's its own name, but in fiscal year 27, it will be consolidated into a purpose area within the Justice Assistance Grant, and it will go away. It'll speak on purpose area, not at the correct.
Any questions for Karen? All right, get that one. Okay. Next. So we can move into the board business, next board meeting with the strategic planning, September 9th, 10th. There's a bunch of us that can't make that, and we have to go back to the drawing board, but there's some calendars that was here in Helena.
So we did decide where it was gonna be already.
Yeah. I think so, but Kayla suggested telling them because of the travel, staff, all those kind of things. But. Open cap. I know we travel all the way up to Whitefish Rock.
Down south.
Well,
I was my one decade.
So to be clear, in years past, it's been Thursday, Friday, this year it's Wednesday, Thursday. Well, it is for me, but.
Yeah, I can't do it.
So the chair, Katie, on the original calendar, you guys approved it's, I think, the 10th and 11th, but, believe chair may have happened.
September 11th is kind of a big deal.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
So I really don't. I just feel it's somewhat disingenuous for me. And disrespectful. Doing something and not this hard and something there.
No, Mr. Chair, I have enough time where I can move stuff around. I just wanted to make sure that,
Okay, yeah, that's the reason why.
okay, and that's.
If I hadn't been stuff, Lori.
I won't be able to participate on the night. So that probably wouldn't, because I'm not, I'm just for. I understand the reason, just to let you know that I had booked now 10 and 11 and planned to be here, but I can't do my. Went to our district 14.
Right.
Where I'm the executive, so.
Natalia,
Which which day is the board meeting? Is it the 9th? And then we go into retreat? Or we haven't said it?
On the original calendar, yeah, it was the 10th, and the next day is the 11th.
That's still.
With the,
So the board meeting is gonna be the 9th and the retreat. The calendar invite still has it as the.
the calendar invite should say the 10th because
Yeah.
any change in dates has to be done over.
Yeah.
I can't figure out that. There are very few things I'm getting said.
Not about the dates, but about the location. I understand the cost, and I also have really valued being able to be in various communities and in a retreat setting, meaning it's not daily business. We're away from our computers. We get some time to hang out as people. All of that, I think, has helped develop communication, rapport, and ability to do business in a meaningful way. So I don't want to like step on the toes, but I also want to say it has been very valuable. And I'm thinking about with new members, I want to at least make a ask that time still feels like a retreat, even if we're in Helena, like this room isn't very retreat feels. So thinking about that. And then if this is a precedent versus a one-off, I've got some thoughts.
And no, I appreciate the comment. I think just for consideration, having some new staff for onboarding a supervisor over our training programs. And so I know when I started, the first day was at a board meeting in Kalispell. So I think just thinking about the changes we've had, it would be nice to stay at home, considering we'll be onboarding people, things like that. Maybe make it a little bit, but not a precedent.
Being resident of Helena, I sympathize with what you just said. It's not there's room, yeah, it's not retreat material where we conduct business. I do strategic plannings for my office. I move us geographically and try to make it emotionally different in where they are to draw out, get rid of the rank in the room. So I understand it. I hope we'll do it Helena this time, but I would say we should start thinking about where we can get it. So I can enjoy it too.
Can you remind us what times we eat for today?
Typically in the history, times we started at 8:30 on Wednesday for the business meeting. Then generally at 1 o'clock, we start with, strategic planning. That's not 4:45, and same thing at 30 the next morning. So our meeting.
Finish around lunch, right?
Yeah. So it may not be wasting your time
Right.
looking for them.
Yeah, with the big red box.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
our prices are going on.
Right.
Our prices. are going on.
Eric Price is here. Oh, no.
I agree with Chantel, getting away for us board members is an important way to get to know each other.
I said I want that.
I would echo. One of the reasons we did it is the last time we had it, set it up where a lot of the boys, for understandable reasons, had to leave some things and didn't participate in the night meetings, have dinner together, hanging out together. It's where a lot of that camaraderie and, yeah, the people go home when they're in their hometown. They don't go to dinner.
And last year, I thought it was very nice that you stayed at the hotel in Distillery, even though it was your hometown.
I finally got in Kalispell, so I was like, I can't be the one who goes against what I said. That's what I stayed at the hotel. So,
The fine job you did. So I think there consensus or Adobe for on that, or I'm sensing you read the room that just in a different location, or what? Go ahead, Eric. Eric and I have the same problem in our hometown. And so the probably shows letters.
I'm with you, Sheriff, but also I think if it's a one-time only thing, I can adjust to it one time. I think the part of the reason that I'm at least in part workable as a Board of Crime Control members, because I got a chance to meet with you guys offsite, build relationships, not be the normal jerky person that I am in person or by Zoom. So it's been really valuable for me, and I don't want to lose that, even if I'd probably be okay 1 year, but don't make it a habit.
Eric, help organize a social event.
You will? That's awesome. All right.
did organize social events last year, so I do think
Yeah.
there needs to be a key person to keep that.
Awesome. Thank you, Dave. Takes me out the hot seat. We have jail deal with power to it, so. Okay, Helen, it is. Think about where you want to go following year or 2027. We traveled. Yeah, and then, White Lake didn't show up.
Some of us went to Wyoming.
Take a more picturesque. I mean, if we're gonna travel, let's go. So, thanks. What was that?
You just need to vote on the change of date.
Oh, yes. I do need, wish you could outvote me, but I do need a vote on change date. Yes, sir.
Question, is that week important? Can we go to next week and solve all these problems, or does it something matter without it?
I didn't hear you.
Well, just whether we can do like 17, 18, that would solve everybody's problem, right? I don't know if anything matters about the weekend we have in particular.
Owen, maybe.
Okay.
Having a Guinness in Ireland.
Very good. Wow.
No option for this week, Labor Day, I guess.
Could we have the retreat in Ireland?
I would like to mention that June, this one is a where you apply the grants out, and then my staff and the program staff have a huge lift to get all that documentation and everything out to the subgrantees so that they can start their grant on July 1st. That happens in September also. And so as it is I'm going to be working all weekend getting these things started. So if you postpone it till the week of the 17th in September, we would not be able to meet our statutory requirements for giving out letters and creating the grants properly, because that is a big, award month.
But you already said.
So let me ask this, along with the cost around dates. This would be for the following year, but is it important to have a strategic planning before or after our conference, before crime control, crime prevention conference? Is it important to have it before or after?
I would say that the part that's important to me with the grants is this meeting, that you have that. And then your strategic planning has typically been attached to that meeting, but you could move your strategic planning, I would think, anytime, because that's a separate meeting. But I don't understand that part too much, so.
Well, now, yeah, I think historically, when did we start doing, I mean, we've been doing strategic planning for a long time. I don't remember what month we picked. Maybe.
Oh, I'm not answering your question, but I'd like a suggestion. Mr. Chair, would there be some economy in tacking it on to Board of Crime Control Conference? I don't know if it's a good answer, but I'm just asking.
Generally not, because everybody's got their nose pressed up against the window by the time the third day rolls around. I think the idea is, all due respect.
No.
That ended up in the report. The idea is solely focus. We do have a business meeting, but solely focus on all these things we've discussed, and we'll leave enough time to argue the points, come out with a rationale about where we want to go. So time is of the essence, meaning this one will be just before legislative session. So it's important that we meet for all of those kind of things. 2027 will not be a legislative session, it will be a review, but it's always a prep and find out where the holes are and how we fix it. So,
And Mr. Chair, I'd just tell you next year, we don't have the same calendar.
good. Okay. Okay. Is there, I mean, if you guys want to have it on Thursday, Friday, you can. We'll be good with that.
I don't want to have it without the chair.
You can't choose between Leo or Lori. Leah.
Depends on what circle you're in.
Right in this circle.
Okay, so in the interest of time, would you approve Wednesday, Thursday? Yes,
I move we approve the dates.
second. Any further discussion? Dave, no further discussion, we'll move to the meeting, vote all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passed. I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you very much. Yeah, we will try to cover the next Friday. Is there any public comment on any matter of within the board's jurisdiction? Anybody online that we didn't see?
Why not? Hello, everyone. My name is Beth Brenneman. Usually you see Kelton Young in this position. I'm with the Montana Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. And thank you so much for approving that agency ask. That's something that's very, very important to our members. I have gone throughout the entire state and seen what people are doing with very, very little. And we have a tremendous unmet need and deferred maintenance in Havre and Ronan and Great Falls and Kalispell. We have a lot to do, and thank you so much. I'm one of the hacks that defends this decision and goes to the legislature. And even if the governor shaves it, we can say the Board of Crime Control saw the need, and that's extraordinarily helpful for working with legislators. So thank you so much, and bye-bye. Have a great meeting.
Anybody online have any public comment? Anybody online, any public comment? One more time, anybody online, any public comment? Hey, no public comment, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Second. Okay, there's no discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Already adjourned.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no.
Later,
All right,
Bill.
adjourned, thank you.
I'll tell you later.